Hello friends! Tonight we're going to be continuing the Shadowbringers story into the post-game this time. I believe we're going to be going into the Grand Cosmos, and then whether we also get the next dungeon after that depends on how long everything takes. Let's just get in, get the queue done. And the question for the chat is, what do you think is most important for a beginner job? So what I mean by that is, when you just started, what kind of point would you have cared about most with your first job? If you're not super if you're not very much into MMOs, and you might be thinking, well, obviously a simple rotation, but the key thing here is that the optimal beginner job surely has all four, right? But if you have the simple, if you just look for the simple rotation, that might be, but maybe the job has its simple rotation buried in a lot of buttons, so it's not very clear what the rotation is. Maybe it is very complex mechanically, or maybe its resources are really complicated. Take for example Summoner. The rotation is very straightforward, it's very simple, it doesn't have that many buttons, but the entire rotation depends on the fact that you understand its resource system and its mechanics. If you don't understand those, then Summoner is not a simple job. It's not a good beginner if you don't understand the mechanics and the resources. Which I think a lot of players would say, nah, that doesn't matter. But I can tell you that there are players that have tried Summoner and didn't get it. I have seen some. And similarly, you could say, well, okay, so Paladin has a simple rotation. For the first many levels, you pretty much just have a 1-2-3 combo and a buff. Yes, but you're a tank. That's already a pretty bad start. But yeah, that is just to say that there's a lot that goes into what actually makes a job a great beginner. And I would imagine that most players look for different things when they're looking for a job, for their starter job, so to speak. And I could imagine that most players will simply look for what they think looks interesting. That is the most obvious choice. Why would you choose anything else? Surely what got you interested in the game is either the story, or maybe you saw something that you thought was particularly fascinating, particularly cool about the job or about the game. And if the job that you're most interested in is complex, then that might have a huge impact on your enjoyment of the game. I've heard people that decided to start with Black Mage or Monk and found it extremely overwhelming, even if both jobs don't have that much going on for them for the first many levels. That can still be overwhelming, the way that they play. And other players have picked up a job that is really easy and didn't find the mechanics complicated. Like, you pick up Summoner as your first job, and you don't find the mechanics very complicated, then the job is very easy. You might not enjoy the game because it's too easy. So it's complicated. What makes a good starter job for each person? Right. What do you have to say, Tataru?
Caetsu, good gods, it's good to see you. I hope your being here means you've had your fill of rest.
Not so much as 40 winks, truth be told. More than my fill.
Well, you've certainly earned it. Not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet that helper I told you about, but he refuses to answer his link pearl. I do hope he's alright. We've been exchanging messages with the Eorzean Alliance throughout, though. They say the fighting has finally stopped at the Gimlet Dock, and the Empire show no sign of movement. Which means we might actually have a moment to ourselves for a change. Seeing as you're back, maybe you could tell me more about your time in the First? Great. Oh, and if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Flamine to join us. She'll want to know what happened to Minfilia, and I think it's best she hears it from you. We'll meet you on the terrace at the House of Splendors.
Isn't that where Flamine always is? Hey, Alif. There's, hope your day has been treating you well. It has been nice. It's been nice. I've been editing a video. And fixing some things. It has been a nice day. And now we stream.
Caetsu, it has been too long. Totaro did mention that I would be joining you, did she not? Thank you. Words cannot well express how I have longed to know more of the First. This world Minfilia has sacrificed so much to save. But come, rest your feet. Totaro should be arriving shortly.
I think it's really funny that Flamine is presented as like a really old character almost. But I think she's like 40.
And so Minfilia chose to pass on her gift to the next oracle? This girl who Thancred named Reen? To have such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given the choice. In that respect, they are quite alike. It would seem her legacy is indeed in capable hands. Caetsu, might I ask a favor of you when next you return to the First? To tell Reen what I cannot. To tell her, thank you.
Yo, this Mikote from this other world would like to thank you.
And I would offer thanks to you as well for staying with her to the end.
Begging your pardon, but could I have a word? I, a mysterious person from off-screen? Ah, him.
Real, I hope you're here to tell me you've received word from our helper.
I wish. Nay, I've not had a peep out of him, and it's been a good long while now, too bloody long. On account of which, I'm going to sneak over the border and see if I can't get a signal to him from closer up.
But what if they catch you? There must be another way.
Well, it ain't as if we can ask Thancred to do it. Besides, I shouldn't have no trouble picking my way through Gimlet now the fighting there died down. Gods know there's enough shadows to hide in. And it beats waiting around here twiddling my thumbs. Any road, I just thought I'd let you know. Now, I'd best be... Ah, I nearly forgot. Kryle's at the stones, and she wants a word. Something to do with the paintings. She was getting ready to examine them again when I left.
We'd best head back then. I'm sure it's important.
There's also, regarding the question for the chat, there's also the point that a rotation could also be not having that many actions to press. Like, compare a very busy rotation to a simple, to like a more relaxed rotation. That might also make a difference. And there's a difference between having a rotation that doesn't have that many moving components, so you just like click the thing that lights up, and having one that doesn't have that many things to worry about, but the few things you have to worry about are really important. Like, you could say Dragoon has a lot of buttons, but the majority of the Dragoon rotation is click the button when it's available. Meanwhile, Reaper does not have that many buttons to worry about, but you need to plan when you think is good to enshroud. Like, you can actually freestyle that a little bit, while there's an optimal rotation where you do things in a very strict way, you could say, and that's the case for everything. The majority of the Reaper rotation revolves around planning those enshrouds.
It seems she's still examining them. Oh, I do hope it's nothing bad.
You're here. Good.
So, how are they?
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health. For the present, at least.
For the present? Oh no, is something wrong with them?
I'm afraid there may be. I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examination suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed. Tellingly, the degree of instability varies between them. Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Urianger. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
Indeed. Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time. Though I can but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
By the gods! What happens if the link is broken?
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good. Mercifully, the instability is still only slight. And you may rest assured Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening. Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies.
Leave it to me.
Thank you.
But where's she even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct? Raha always was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along. His plan might well have worked, but I, for one, am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer. There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch. Pray return to the first and apprise him and the others of the situation. We, meanwhile, will do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share upon your return.
And back to the first we go, which is free. I think it's interesting to think about what makes a job easier to play or be a good job for a beginner. Because if you have no problem understanding more detailed stuff in the game, then it might be harder to imagine what you would expect a beginner to want. Have business with the Crystal Exarch. Just say the word, and I would be happy to escort you to the ocular. Ah, Caetsu, you're returned. I hope your time in the source was suitably restful? But of course it wasn't. Go on. The corporeal ether shows signs of instability. By the gods, the possibility had never even occurred to me. If you have returned in the hope that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you will be sorely disappointed. It is but a mercy we have the likes of Mistress Kryl and Master Matoya to keep our friend's body safe while we wrestle with the problem. But they cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told. And they just happen to be on hand.
Pray excuse my late arrival.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed. I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryl's findings.
And then I explained exactly what Kryl said.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question. Kryl is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy. The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the first. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed. Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state. I would not soon throw my life away, not after the lengths you and yours went to save it. And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
What was that for?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless she says so.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
Heh. My divine judgment.
What did you just...
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion? Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success. I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of her body and soul, but her personal effects besides. This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us her possessions, she could carry our souls back to the source upon her person?
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change. But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on her part and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend. Yet were we to immure our souls within an object in her possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured. White Auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease. We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back unto our vacant bodies.
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us.
Convenient.
On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrant is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters. No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae folk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience. They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
Oh wow, a nice little 500 weapon. That might be a pretty big upgrade, I think. Oh yeah. Yeah, 70 item levels. Very nice. Very nice. I'll take it, you know. That's good enough. Acceptable. Kasadi says, dying is, from this point forward, forbidden. Actually, now that you mention it. Because in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, and even Stormblood, it feels like they play quite aggressively with the concept of the main cast dying. And then it sort of just stops. Hey Tracy, and Matthew J says, the sauce, not to be confused with the sauce. Do you mean like sauce? Also, if only the Exarch was a little bit closer, we could have like a nice little triangle formation. The Grand Cosmos, that is, the palace we seek, stands on the opposite shore of the source. Oh, that's what you meant, Matthew. I was like, wait. What? The source is like a lake? Is the specific lake? I will arrange for a boat to carry us there. Whilst thou journeyest thither, I think it best that I devote mine energies to the creation of white aurosite. By thy leave, of course. The process requires no small amount of time, and should the Numo consent to lend us their aid, we will have need of a suitable vessel ere long. Agreed. Then I would ask the rest of you to meet me in Solon, and do be prepared for a warm reception. I don't even know if that's closer. And we have to run there. Imagine if one day we had an ether current farming stream. Wouldn't that be something? I do agree that a simple rotation is good for a beginner job. That is like the most obvious one. The main reason why I believe that the other three options are significant and that they matter is specifically because there are jobs that have a simple like that oh they have a simple rotation, absolutely, but they have a lot of buttons to perform it with, or the mechanics behind the rotation are complicated or confusing, or they have complicated resource systems. Like I would say that the summoner rotation, as I mentioned earlier, has a super simple rotation, but its resource system is not entirely obvious. I would say that what would be a good one for a simple job with with complex mechanics? Because sometimes resources and complex mechanics sort of go hand in hand. That might also be the reason for that. Might also be that having complicated mechanics pretty much exclude a job from being a good beginner job or have a simple rotation in the first place. Oh yeah, I believe the Grand Cosmos dungeon is coming up immediately after this next cutscene, so if you are in the EU data center and you would like to come along for it, this might be a good time to make your way to the alpha world on the Light data center. If you'd rather just watch along, that is also okay. Dying is, from this point forward, forbidden. That is my divine judgment. Imagine if the Warrior of Light saving you meant you owed that much every time. Then I would have a lot of life debts to cash in. Tracy says, can't join today as I'm in and out of the stream. That's alright. As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot on the palace grounds when I was set upon by our host's familiars, and I expect our reception today to be no different, which is why I propose we march through the main gate, weapons. Actually, I believe the Exarch may have the right of it. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creations. Were I them, I should be most interested to meet with those who could overcome my defenses. As would any true seeker of knowledge, and there is little we can say or do to convince them to help us if we know nothing of their character, nor less why they chose to hide themselves from the world. But if we can seize their interest, mayhap we can earn ourselves an audience. Indeed. Weapons drawn it is, then. Though I must say, Exarch, you certainly seem to be enjoying all of this. Do I? Well, I will not deny that I enjoy the thought of fighting alongside you all rather than pacing about inside the Crystal Tower. You both seem to be in rather high spirits, if you ask me. Not that I'm surprised. Your moods invariably improve when Caetsu is around. I know. I'm just like that. What exactly are you implying? She averted a calamity, and the light which seemed destined to consume her has been extinguished. It's only natural that we be pleased to see her. I mean... Yes, well, you will have plenty of time to celebrate her good health after we've finished here. Of course. Then let us proceed to the palace. And Caetsu says they would like to join. Alright, awesome. I know that I'm pretty sure Sip also wanted to come along. Oh, and Matthew's here as well. Would you also like to join? Oh yeah, you were from Alpha, right? That's funny. Well, let's see. Kosari can tank. I can only DPS. As we are actually a full light party for once, we may have to discuss... Oh, Sip has switched to Reaper. Excellent. I assume you wanted to heal Matthew? And then Sip switched to Dancer. It is a level 80 dungeon, so as long as your gear is fine, you can be Reaper if you want to, Sip. This is the first full light party pre-made we've had on Smol Caetsu Rewind Replay streams, I'm pretty sure. That's exciting. Naleef says, Grand Cosmos mobs and bosses are tough. They hurt. That is true, there are some particularly brutal packs in that dungeon. Caetsu says, I wonder if I could do this without a healer and warrior. I wonder. It's hard to say. You don't have bloodletting at this point, so your healing would be a little weaker. They might have also made the mobs easier. I'm not sure. Or maybe we're just overgearing it excessively. You guys are. I'm just going to use jump first, because I forget it so often when the buffs flip around like that. I remember I did this particular dungeon many times. Simply because of it being in expert roulette. It is surprisingly difficult. Time to get wiped. Whoops. Didn't mean to use sprint there. Nope. And we got hit once. Oof. It's a little harder to deal with that mechanic when you're melee, I feel. There comes the tank buster again. That's really strong. Like, that's really strong for a dungeon tank buster. Oh. Well, at least our vulnerability stack had already dropped. And that went well. If I remember correctly, when this dungeon was in the expert roulette, back then I played almost only healer. Or tank, for the sometimes. But generally I wasn't a melee DPS, so I'm not that well acquainted with dodging the sweeps while doing my melee rotation. Oh yeah, self-destruct. I wonder if that one-shots you. In a Realm Reborn dungeons, when there are mobs that self-destruct, it typically is a straight-up one-shot, even on the tank, if I remember correctly. So it wouldn't surprise me if it was here as well. This is gonna be a little bit of an awkward opener, I think. Maybe? No, it's fine. The way we do it is that we do a double. Possibly. Let's see how this goes with the overlap with the boss mechanic. That's fine. I'll do 2 seats. And then I messed up my cooldown order. I intended to do 2 Life of the Dragon back to back to fix it, and then the boss mechanic overlapped with that, so it didn't really work out. I could have taken the close one. And then we have boss mechanics on top of my buffs again. So the trick there is that it doesn't actually matter where your where the seeds are, if they are on grass or not. What matters is where they land. But it does feel a little scary to place them on the bad spot, even though it's totally safe. It's reminiscent of one of the first Alliance raid in Endwalker Aglaya, where there's that lightning hammer line that will move. It will move, but people never feel super confident about standing on the line that it is on. And I'm pretty sure it's because of that. Then that you might be pretty confident that you know exactly how the boss mechanic works, but you're not that confident. While we are on the subject of that particular boss fight, staying a little bit vague about it since we are in Shadowbringers on this stream, I experienced that people tend to prefer to stand on the middle of the platforms there, because then you won't get knocked off the platform from misunderstanding the hammers. There's 2 ranged. The only way to get them to stack is to move them to the ranged, Kasari. The mage and the archer will not dance. You have to come to them. Okay, he casts a heal, apparently. I had like something telling me like an old memory being like, you have to kill the mage first. There's something he does that's really important. Turns out that that important thing is that he heals the big guy. That's a tank boss if I remember correctly. Yep. But him alone isn't particularly threatening. So this is a great time to stockpile resources.
You have sullied these halls long enough. Come, Lugus, our guests yet want for company.
Oh yeah, the furniture fight. I recommend if you get when you get the blue fire on you, one of the most important things to get burned first is the drakes, because they are the biggest target. They're very, very easy to break by accident. So just getting rid of them early on is a good idea. It just gives us a lot more space to work with, because we can just hang out in the south section of the arena. I can't remember if that slice can break the furniture, so just to be on the safe side, I decided to really overshoot it. Make sure that it wouldn't hit anything. And of course, and remember that these cross AoEs can also break furniture. And now we basically won the fight. I'm pretty sure Kasari could solo this. Because Locus doesn't actually do that much damage for the remainder of the fight. A tank could absolutely, if you don't mess up the mechanics too much and get too many bone stacks, you could totally just survive if you want to. And I'm basing that on the fact that a long time ago I soloed this part of the fight as a Dark Knight, simply because my team died. Oh dear. Alright, limit break. Once again, I forgot. In my defense, the best timing for that limit break coincided very heavily with my cooldowns. Also, Matthew wearing the signature robe. And the story continues.
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
Backlook, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Shake? Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence! It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men. You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion. But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
Ching. Nice pun, Alphino.
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again. That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety. Oh, you know not what you ask of me, what horrors my knowledge has wrought.
Refuse all you want. We won't lie down and accept defeat.
Of all the visitors I could possibly have, they're even more stubborn than I am.
Oh. No.
Oh, very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Caetsu says that one's model is shared by, I think, a super boss in Final Fantasy XII. The Numo? This specific Numo? What's its name? In Final Fantasy XII.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
Could we not talk about it right here? That would work just as well, wouldn't it? A scrumptious slug. My favorite. There you are. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower with Beck Look. For the record, I truly wish we hadn't had to resort to using such words when treating with them. I've ever sought to convince, not compel. Yet I cannot deny that a part of me is glad Urianger shared his knowledge of the Numa with us. Had he not, Beck Look wouldn't be here. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guest waiting would only add insult to injury. I wonder if he would not have been convinced if we had just talked with him normally. We mustn't dally here any longer, Caetsu. If Beck Look is to hear the truth of our travails in the first, you of all people should be present. Well, alright. Like, I'm pretty sure the moment that Grahatia decided to use those words, we had already gone too deep, and that we had to use that method to get him convinced, because now he really didn't like us. But we could maybe have convinced him if we had started just talking with him in a friendly manner. I wonder. Also, thank you guys for joining for the dungeon. That makes it more fun. And we did really well. I think I made the most mistakes.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing, but that you hail from another world as well?
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. Save you. Your body is your own, and your soul is the densest of them all.
I am very dense. I'm compact, you could say.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of Vorthri and the Sin Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own, it seems the very least we can do.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself. As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change. I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
Matthew says, I was a little close to letting Kvasari die a couple of times. Well, that only goes to show that that only the last HP point is the one that really matters, right? Kvasari didn't die. So I think it worked out. You have spun quite a tale, but tell me, have you given any thought as to how you might return to your world? White aura site, you say? An intriguing proposition, but one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They have become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there's no telling what may happen to their souls within the aura site. They could very well become immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies. Then, would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to transference? In theory, yes, but the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim. Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? In order to maintain a corporeal form, your souls constantly draw ether from your surroundings. This process must be halted and the resulting surfeit of ether removed. Your minds would ultimately be separated from these faux bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, one which would be rectified upon your return home. Leaving lifeless husks, like those poor souls at the inn at Journey's Head, corrupted by the Sin Eaters, their ether made stagnant by the light. Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why? Do you think you might be able to help them? I might, or I might not, but I shan't know for sure until I have seen their condition firsthand. Then I would be glad to take you to them, on the understanding that you won't do anything which might increase their suffering. It was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion. Well, I see no need for all of us to accompany you. While you escort our guests to the inn, I will assist Urianger in creating the requisite aura site. I believe my talents would be better applied to that endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Beglook as necessary? Let us make for our meringue then. And off we go. And here we are. Good, you twins could guide Beglook here. So this is Halrik, is it?
Yes, his etheric balance leans perilously toward the light. Towards stasis. What do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as all poor souls corrupted by the light. He will become a sin-eater. You don't know that. We've defeated the wardens and banished the light from this night sky. Holwick was completely unresponsive before, but now?
I mean...
Then perhaps there is yet hope. If I may, there's a treatment I wish to administer to the patients. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the ether in one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Verbert. Then for darker purposes. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore never again to make it, but for their sakes, I will break that oath. It is not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief.
And oh, he already made it. Cool.
This potent tonic invented by Beck-Luck during the time of Verbert is said to revitalize the soul both figuratively and literally.
Splash.
Totten stares blankly at you. It would seem the tonic has had no effect.
Oh. Wake up!
What is this? Warmth I feel in my chest.
Oh, something happened.
I feel warm, and my legs, they don't feel as heavy.
It did something. It did something.
Now then, have you noted any change in the patients? A notable rise in body temperature and increased motor function, in most of the patients at least. The more severely afflicted show no response. As I feared then. 'Tis true that with the restoration of diet, the corrupting influence of light will no longer grow, and yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time. But this holds true only for their corporeal ether. Their incorporeal ether, that of the soul, is not so easily mended. Which is why those in the later stages of corruption, like Halric, appear unaffected by your tonic. Precisely. The boy's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There's a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years, decades even. By the gods, he could wake to find himself an old man. A fine reward for his persistence, the opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. Look, I realize this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it possible we can find a way to hasten their recovery? She said as she looked at Alphino. Maybe. Nor do I think it impossible that in treating them, we might learn something of relevance to your own predicament. Oh, how convenient. I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past, that I was once a mage of the Royal Court of Verbert, and that soulcraft was my field of study. The tonic you administer to the patients here is one of the fruits of my labors. I hope to do great things for the kingdom.
But in the end, my knowledge brought only suffering, a plague the like of which none had ever seen. The hands of unscrupulous men, what should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame.
You mustn't dwell in the past, and now you have a chance to redeem yourself.
That I do, a comforting thought indeed. But let us return to the task at hand, finding a means by which we might revitalize these people's incorporeal ether.
Do you think it can be done?
Were the sky still ablaze with primordial light, I would call it an exercise in futility, but now we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They are able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the ether revitalizing magics we will ultimately employ.
If you're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on with doing whatever it is that needs to be done, if it's all the same to you. Whatever reagents must be procured or spells invoked, I'll do it.
I would have liked to hear the explanation. I admire your spirit. Very well, your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. The purest of waters and the finest of clays, as well as a fey lantern brimming with pixie magic.
If you're convinced the resulting familiar could help the patients, fine. Alphino, the water and clay will be simple enough, but I think you know what we'll have to do to get the lantern.
You don't mean...
The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humor them with our company, I'm sure they'll be willing to help us.
Fine. We'll pay a visit to Ilmek, though I never thought you would be the one to suggest going back there. I'm impressed you've been there at all, let alone befriended the faithful. Oh, while you're about it, seek out the Numo of Plaeni. They will be able to supply you with water suitable for our needs.
Right, let's get this over with, shall we?
There still remains the matter of the clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it? Yes. Perhaps. Mayhaps. And then I have to speak with you again? A third time? Really? Clay from Amarag would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us?
I could ask Minus a time.
Ah yes, they will be able to point you in the right direction, I'm sure. While you and the twins are occupied, I will see if there is aught else I can learn of the stagnation which afflicts the people here.
Excellent. To Magnus then.
This is funny. I just want to highlight something anonymously in the Free Company chat of the Regal Free Company. Is someone just asked, how are you sitting on that normally? I'm, without checking, almost 100% confident that they saw someone sit like they sit on a chair, but not on a chair, which you cannot do without the help of third-party tools. Which means that the person being asked cannot answer safely. They cannot explain how or why without risking some problems. The person also asked twice, but I don't know if they asked again because they got no response. I don't have timestamps on my chat log right now.
Caetsu, well, what a coincidence.
You've come at a good time. We've just this moment finished repairing the Talos, and a trolley you lot took to Nabatha Ring.
The trolley was no trouble, but the Talos would have been another matter, had we not had a visit from Master Chai. He offered us a share of the leftover building materials from Daedalus Stoneworks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along.
Clever man, that Chinese. He seemed pretty keen on the ideas I had for putting the giant Talos to work. Like,
A giant trolley, but Magnus still refuses to see all the good we could do with it. You're entitled to your dreams, Jarek, but that doesn't mean you can go harassing our guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite. And something tells me Kaitsu here didn't come all this way to talk about trolleys. What is it you need, friend? I see, and this familiar requires clay from our meringue. Well, look no further. If anyone can find you some quality clay, it's us. Saying that, it isn't exactly a commodity nowadays, but there must be some lurking somewhere or other, waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take clay from Mount Byron mines to make adobe bricks. Like for Photoshop? I don't know what that word actually means. If there's someone in the chat that just so happens to know, I would love to hear about it. I'm almost guaranteed to have forgotten by the time the stream is over. I mean, forgotten to check. Place is swarming with coyotes now, but if you're after the good stuff, you could do worse than to look there. Tracy says, trolley! That boy is obsessed, he is. And it is Mexican building materials. Does that... wait, really? Does Adobe... is it Adobe or Adobe? I think it depends on who you ask, whether you say Adobe or Adobe. Does that mean Mexican building materials? Or is it just like a specific material that hails from there? A bit like mud bricks. Interesting. Thank you, Tracy. That does make sense. It sounds exotic, and most of the things that Adobe is known for are tools used to build things. Adobe. Okay. It is difficult. Usually when, for example, if I'm making a video, then I typically will use things like the voice reader from Google Translate and things like that. Sometimes I have to just look around the internet for an explanation of how it is stated if it is not a language that is very well covered. But I try to use that to check what the words mean, so I say it right to the best of my ability. But I feel like that is not this is not the time for that. So I appreciate you checking for me. Or maybe you just knew that is also an option. That would be even cooler. It is like I always get impressed with the vast amounts of different backgrounds in my audiences. I thought I was the only mathematician on the Discord server. Not only did I find one, but I found two. There are at least two other mathematicians on just the Discord server. That doesn't even account for however many that might be quietly watching along on the videos. Or the streams. Or what have you. Good for the soul. And you guys are already back. Excellent. The twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament, but no. No, they wouldn't. They're twins. The pixies wouldn't have the heart to do that. Tracy says, I'm just full of useless knowledge. I don't think that's useless. I think that's fascinating. Aren't we, like, if you're full of useless knowledge, aren't we all full of useless knowledge? I run around with an encyclopedia of the every single action name in Final Fantasy XIV. That is useless. Well, encyclopedia in my head, namely. You have the clay, I take it? A finely grained soil material found in Amarang. Me who else says. Man, you caught me. I'm a mathematician quietly watching along. Me who else? That is a name that I remember from. That is fascinating. That is very fascinating. That sounds very username sounds very familiar, at least. Funny. Exactly. Me who else? Well, you adding that means that I remembered correctly. I hope you enjoyed the stream. It's been a long time. Wonderful. We need but combine the clay and the water, then heat the mixture with the Fey Lantern. After that, it would be a simple matter of settling upon a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. Beck, look, I have a question. In the event that we had need of this spell and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform the incantation? Assuming they possess the requisite skill, yes. Halric and the others have suffered so much, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them. If there is a chance this spell could do that, I would be the one to invoke it. Mayhap you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state, combined with a strong desire to help them, can drastically increase the magic's effect, and you are plainly more familiar with these people than I. I dare say there are few in all of Norrand more dedicated to finding a cure. Is that not so, Caetsu? Absolutely. She's the best woman for the job. I'll give it my all. For Halric. For Tesleen. Then we are all of a mind on the matter. Alice shall be the one to conjure the familiar.
Let us begin. I trust you've prepared the clay? Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy. Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean.
I love the way Beck looks at plump.
There we are. How's that?
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Well now, Alphino.
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
Imagine if you had no artistic ability and you were asked like this to save people you genuinely care about. Oh, you just have to shape out of clay a creature that you may have seen like once or twice. You need to do it perfectly. Could you imagine?
You're not helping.
I'm pretty sure Alizé did better than I would be able to do.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality.
Beck, look, I don't think... I think you need to add that it will look like a porksy, because we don't want that monstrosity to become alive. It'll just stand up on whatever those things are, if they're even called legs, and just say, "End me!"
Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye.
Hold the plumpness. It doesn't even have long ears.
Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Not bad for a first attempt. Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric. Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
Hold that thought, Beck, look. How many of you guys are excellent at naming your characters? Imagine that you're put on the spot, asked to form a specific being out of clay, then being made fun of for doing it poorly, then you turn it into this, and then on the spot you're requested to name it. Based on what I know, I think the vast majority of people, just every time that's come up in any conversation, most people I meet will say that they're terrible at naming things. I'm just saying, it is more common in my experience that people are bad at naming things than not. And not to say that that's a bad thing. It's actually a good skill to be able to... It's a unique skill to be able to name things. So, what do you think Alizé will name this Porksy?
A name.
And do you think someone will laugh?
All right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angelo!
Mother, I...
Oh. Now, let's rewind that for a moment. Alisaie created something artistically. The only person that made fun of her was the actual artist, Alphino, who we know can paint very well, incredibly well, very realistically. He's basically a god at drawing something literally as it looks like. People, for example. That comes up every now and then in the main quest. That if he's drawn like a quick sketch of someone, it actually looks exactly like them and things like that. So he would of course think it's funny that his sister is bad at that. Then she names the Porksy and no one says a thing. In fact, when Alphino laughs at Alisaie, you see the player character just standing there in confusion.
How is he? Beck, look, did it work?
I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of color has returned to his soul.
Gods, I would jump for joy if I weren't so exhausted. We're so close now, Halric.
As you are even now in the process of discovering. This magic asks much of the invoker. What you may not have realized is that the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of this stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will need time to put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect. That is, to induce stagnation,
thus enabling our safe transport back to the source via our side. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Begluk said when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like some of the tempered back in the source? Not really. It is the fate of most tempered to become slaves to primals, save in a handful of cases, or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who can desperately use such treatment.
Gabu! Remember Gabu?
Thank you.
Exactly. His condition is uncannily similar to Halric's, is it not? The only difference being that his soul was suffused with earth-aspected ether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subjected to a similar kind of stagnation, there may be a chance we can save him. Right?
Forgive me, but who is this Gabu fellow of whom you speak? I see. His condition does sound so similar, yet there is much and more about the soul that remains unknown even to me. I say this not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is delicate work we do here, work requiring patience.
Of course, and as long as there is hope for the patients here, I will devote whatever time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angelo and continue with their treatment. The two of you should return to the Crystarium with Begluk and see if you can't make some headway with their newly The two of you should return to the Crystarium with Begluk and see if you can't make some headway with their newly posited theories.
I would tell you to rest first, but I see you're not to be convinced. Ah, the fire of youth.
Let us return to the Crystarium then.
Person from off screen yells, "Finally, I found you!" Someone says.
Oh. Kaishir, what are you doing all the way out here? There's trouble back in Eelmore. Lady Chai's beside herself, sighing, pacing, the whole lot. Nearly enough begged me to go and find you. Sighing and pacing, you say? It must be urgent. I take it I will be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on then. It's not as if I haven't anything for you to do. Thank you, Peglook. Sorry for bothering you and all that, but she says the future of Yulmore's at stake.
Oh, really?
Lady Chai is up in the parlor. Best not keep her waiting, eh?
Oh boy. She's sighing and pacing. Now, I'm going to be rightfully disappointed if she's just standing somewhere when we arrive. They said she was sighing and pacing, so I want to see her pacing when I turn my character around. Apparently there's a Lalafell here. There's 2 Lalafells here. Look at how cute they are. Anyway. Oh, she's not even here. She's paced too far away, Alphino. How will we find her? She's gone.
Well, not here seems out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off into the distance and all that. Sighing. Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress.
What? Did they say outside? I'm incredibly confused right now. Oh. Look at you. Not even pacing. Taking a little break there, are you? Is that it? I was promised pacing.
Heavens, you're here!
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
That is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
True.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But Perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him, for shortly after that he vanished without a word.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so? What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
Sorry, I think he's fled. What an option. I don't know, but whatever it is, he won't have fled.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return. Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
Thank you for watching, Alif, and I'm guessing it's a good night for you? Ooh, money. Hey, John. It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something, I'm sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave, or, failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I will major the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. John says Paladin is coming along well. Thanks for all your guides. Thank you so much, John. I really appreciate that, and I'm glad you find the guides helpful.
Master Chai? Why, yes, I spoke with him recently, though I recall he was in a rather dour mood, concerned about Yulmore's neglect of industry, you see. With Lord Vorthry's apparently inexhaustible stores of meal, and no great need for money, it's little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splinters will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmore, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. Your exchange with Moen has taught you about the stagnant state of business in Yulmore.
Oh yeah! Oh. Looking for Master Chai, are you? Is something amiss? When last I saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and we talked for a while about his concerns over the city's defenses, amongst other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Vorthry, and finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that we blame you, of course. Without you and yours, we would still be blind to the errors of our ways. Anyway, funding permitting, I proposed replenishing our ranks with volunteers from the derelicts and Gate Town. We have a duty to protect not only Yulmore, you see, but the surrounding regions of Colusia as well. And I, for one, would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed. I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. It was on that note that we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recall. Your exchange with Cornyn has taught you about the perilous state of Yulmore's defenses. So you mean to suggest that Master Chai just was so eager to get to work with fixing things, or at least so scared of things not working, that he ran off without a word to his wife to immediately figure out what to do about it? That is incredible. Like, he literally just immediately went okay, do we have money? Okay, we're getting money. Excellent. Do we have defenses? Okay, we're getting defenses. Excellent.
Aye, I recall a man fitting that description. As to speak with the poor buggers lately come from right. Said he wanted to know the state of things down at the derelicts, and you can be sure we gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing. There's plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies, but folk here don't just want to survive, they want to thrive. When he heard that, he started mumbling to himself, something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ear chewed about the derelicts, he asked about the other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. Looked like he was headed for Gate Town when I last saw him.
Your exchange with Hathenbet has taught you about the poor living conditions of Colusia's downtrodden, which we have on a slip here. There you are. How did you fare? Have you learned anything which might offer a clue as to Master Chai's whereabouts? Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yulmore, an idea to which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he's got big plans for the place. Yulmore, I mean, not the bee. Also the bee. Perhaps, but the question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? Gate Town. All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Yulmore, but its surrounding settlements. It seems logical then that, having consulted those within the city walls, he would wish to do the same to those without. Caetsu, if you'd go and make inquiries in Right, I shall do likewise in Stilltide. Gate Town I leave to you, Caiji. Fair enough. Where should we meet when we've finished? Well, Top Grong would seem to me to be his next most likely destination. Let us reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon him by then, but if not, we will be well situated to continue our search. And onwards we go. To Right. What a hero! Master Chai, I mean. Haste a lot. No, the name doesn't ring any bells, but there was a rather dapper-looking Mistle gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Right and Yulmore, or rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to their promises of meal and the chance of a lavish life among the free. And Wathery thought to take even more from us, conscripting the few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Sin Eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Wathery's gone now, and we're curious to see what will become of Yulmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend, Chai Nuz, was it? And I'm sure the others said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after, and that was that. To Top Grong, then. Imagine being able to fly, am I right? If I remember correctly, originally I completed Shadowbringers, like the initial leveling story, back when it was new, so before patch 5.1, which is what we're doing now. And then I went and got all the ether currents and everything, so that could fly everywhere. Did stuff so that I was ready for whatever came next. And then I quit for months, and then when I came back, well, Grand Cosmos was a thing, and I believe an Amnesis Oneida was also a thing. Anytime you need it, the ladder is at your service. Heading up the top rung then? Yeah, but that also meant that I did all of these quests with flying. So he paid a visit to both Wright and Gate Town as well, did he? I see. Chaiji and I gleaned much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Kalusia, the only likely place he has left to go being Amity. Come, if we're quick, we may yet catch up with him. I mean, Tomra is technically also someone he could, work with. Just because they're small doesn't mean they can't help. Or even that they wouldn't be interested in helping. Oh, whoops. There was an enemy there, apparently. Oh, there you are. Hello, mister.
Caetsu, Alphino, Chaiji, what are you doing here? We might ask you the same, Master Chai. We've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word, and bade us return you to her side. What in the blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. Though I suppose she could have overlooked it, and when she gets an idea into her head, I can only apologize. No harm done, Master Chai, but since we're here, I might ask what compelled you to come all this way? We were told you had been elected mayor, and from what we have gathered from nearby villages, you've been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you meant to take office? Now, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Kalusia. That much is true, but I am by no means sure I am the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources, and until I have secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see. And you believe said resources can be found here? Yes. Indeed. The people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I've already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans, a man whose counsel might yet make a mayor of me. With respect, such forethought is, in itself, proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I'm certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it is worth, we will vouch for you should he require convincing. Whatever you need, you can count on us. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You've got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it into Yulor, but that dream's gone now. Burst like a bubble, or a boil, more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I haven't had a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days in days, but you? You've been running up and down, trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You got this lot up Mount Gulg, didn't you? How hard could mayoring be? You're going to steer Yulmore to a better future, I know it. I want to help. Properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. If you'll let me come with you, that is.
Eh? You give me entirely too much credit, a lot of you, but I can't deny it gives me heart. Come then, let us press on together.
Thank you, Master Chai.
But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I'm here, to find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive.
Who is this man, exactly, and are you certain he's here in Amity?
Rendon is his name, and yes, he is, or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Vorthry's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor and mayor's right hand, one might say Rendon was the left, and between them, they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him.
But even if you do, what makes you think he will listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him, here in Amity? They may be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand.
Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristel then. As I recall, you made rather a favourable impression on him. I'm certain he would be willing to talk to us. Greetings, friend. And to you too, Master Chai. I presume you are here to ask after Rendon? I couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, with the Vorthry gone, Yulmore wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel in the hope that we could build a better Yulmore together, and that is still my wish. But given how whoops, sorry about that. But given how abominably you were mistreated there, I will quite understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yulmore, and I would not see you suffer for Vorthry's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Yulmore's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying, he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive, commit to this cause, and prove to him Yulmore has the resolve to change. The resolve to change? I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well, to Pit 8 we shall go, and I will not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe. That's the spirit, I guess. Pit 8. What a name. Hello, Rendon.
Well, it's you again. And I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
I didn't invite them, as it happens, though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Vorthry's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vorthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable, yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vorthry was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vorthry's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. It seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vorthry. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people. I rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
The smirking Rigadon Rendon.
Ahem. Right, then. Is there a particular issue you would have me resolve?
You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you will agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing.
Ah, yes. Meal being neither a desirable or nor less sustainable option, I assume alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void.
And a man who hungers is not like to contribute much to society, save violence, perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer, and I will consider offering you my counsel.
I will not even look at you while you think. A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and another that of production. Go on. For the present, Yulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as sources of trade for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and, most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. My. Think of that all by yourself, did you? Well, yes, it began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago, after speaking with the people of Yulmore and the nearby settlements.
Huh. You've impressed me, Chinos.
I have? Well, that is a relief.
Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so.
A fair point, Rendon, and one to which I have given much thought. I propose the use of Talos to aid in the establishment and maintenance of these settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production.
Talos, but Daedalus Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of the necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plans could be put into effect.
Well, as the heir of Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. And with a little help, I'm quite certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all.
I feel like this means work for us.
Rendon is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have. Which is why I propose to make use of the long-abandoned Talos which wanders the wilds of Calusia. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at top rung. Come with me.
Convenient. To top rung, then. This song reminds me of it makes me think of a PlayStation 1 game for some reason. I think it's the specific instruments in the song makes me think of really old game. Well, really old. It's PlayStation 1. Called Tomba. I believe it was called Tombai in Europe. Certain places at least. Aha! The old memory hasn't let me down. This chest contains canisters filled with a dastardly potent insulating powder capable of halting the flow of ether in a talus. We need only get within throwing distance of one and let fly, thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious. An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple enough matter to get them to march to Yulmore. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed, but as I have said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Come off it, Master Chai. Even if the Talus ain't a threat, there's 101 other things out there waiting to make a meal of you. That's as may be, Kaishir, but Rendon tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. Oh. But if I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Alright, but if there's any trouble, we call it off. Here. Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruits of my labors. What, really? Oh. And to make sure I do, I will require your help. It is as Kaishir says, these lands are dangerous if one is not careful. I would ask you to use my spyglass to look out for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it is safe to subdue the Talus. Understood? Oh boy. What a task. Good, then let's be off to the quick way. Through the north gate and see if we can't find a suitable vantage point for you. And here I thought that I was going to get a quest where I had to, you know, slay 10 thingies or something. Or 3 thingies. Keep a lookout for danger and alert Chinese when it is safe to incapacitate the Talus. You may move the spyglasses with a zoom in and out when the spyglass at Chinese and give him the signal to sneak near the Talus with the left click. I'm not sure what we're supposed to look for. I did it? I did it! Let's move on to another Talus, shall we? Round 2. Oh right, I had to click him. That's not it. That's not it. That's it. What a weird quest. Hey Santo, how are you doing? I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. You may leave the next one to me, Caetsu. Wait, you can do it all on your own this time. Aha! That should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. What a hero. And Santo says, for the question, I'd say the less stuff you have to actively track, so I guess mechanics. That is a good point. That is a good way of looking at it. What job would be a really good example of having very little they need to track? Pretty much all jobs have a gauge they need to track. At least one. Some have two, so that's already something to consider. But I would view the gauge as a resource. But there's a huge difference between having, you know, the Paladin's Oath gauge, for example, that sort of just fills as it goes, and then you use it when you need it, versus having the, I believe it's called an, I think it's called an ether gauge at first, for a summoner, where you track both the buff duration and the gems, and the resources that come from said gems. Like, there's quite a lot in that, and that's why I viewed it as a resource rather than like a mechanic to track specifically. It is I think it's very difficult specifically to like put a good example forth of a job that has very few mechanics, at least for me. What do you guys think? Does anyone have a suggestion for a job that has few mechanics? I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yulnor's food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it is plain your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmor. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains, I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics. Which is why I would ask you to join me and grant Yulmor the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When the people behold these talos, I have no doubt they will lend you their support. Didn't they technically lend their support to him by voting him? Or did they mean the people of Colusia and not the people of Yulmor? It would seem Yulmor's leadership is at last in capable hands. Would you not agree? We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai. After you've tinkered with the talos and all that, Lady Chai is worried sick.
Right then, form a line and make for Yulmor.
What's that noise? Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard! Stay back! All of you!
Is that... Darling, you're back.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see... Dearest, I can't...
Oh! Oh dear.
KO! The healing comes out.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending, instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, how wonderful!
Uh-oh.
Please.
Double kill. See, Sansa says, which is why I kind of consider Warrior technically slightly harder than, say, Paladin or maybe even Dark Knight, just because you have two combos, one to keep the buff and one to make gauge. I suppose that is kind of true. Like, it depends on what you find difficult, and I think the fact that you're suggesting Dark Knight is easier than Warrior is also an interesting subject. I have stated before that I weigh jobs that have a lot of things they need to press in quick succession, you know, jobs with a very busy burst, for example, which does include Dark Knight, would be objectively harder than a job that has a less busy burst. So that's how I look at it. And Sansa says that he would suggest that Warrior might be harder, technically harder than Dark Knight, because, well, Warrior actually needs to, whenever you reach the third step of their combo, you need to go, do I need more buff duration or do I need more resources? And this also falls into this thing of thinking ahead. You actually, when you're managing your burst as a warrior, you're planning, like, when are you using Infuriate? When are you dumping Beast Gauge for an extra Fell Cleave every now and then? Like, how do you make it so that your burst is as good as it can get when raid cooldowns come up? Dark Knight will do this in its own way, but you will not accidentally drop your damage buff. That is going to be difficult. That is going to be really difficult, because instead of a combo, you just click the button. You just click the edge button, and then you get damage buff. So that makes it easier to manage. It depends on how difficult you view this particular aspect. And Santo says, the thing about Dark Knight, in my opinion, is that it's one of the most flexible tanks, if not the most flexible one. That's also a way to look at it. Warrior has to use Upheaval on cooldown to get a reasonable amount of damage, and Inner Release and Infuriate to some capacity has just got when they come out, and you don't really have anything else left, so there's not much there. The only really flexible button that Warrior has is Onslaught, because you have so many uses of them. Dark Knight has so many cooldowns that the damage of your cooldowns are spread more. So if you need to be flexible about this in any way, you have a lot more room to do that. Dark Knight's defensive cooldown being a shield compared to Warrior's healing also means that while the Warrior has the ability to heal a lot, technically Warrior also has a shield, but I'm pretty sure the Dark Knight shield is significantly larger. And we also have to remember that Dark Knight separately has a defensive cooldown that they can share. So the Dark Knight can actually pick and choose whether it needs to have the shield or the the damage reduction, or both. So it has the most flexible toolkit unique to it. And Tracy says, all of the beginner jobs are easy unless it's something you pick up later in the game, like Dancer or Reaper, for example. I think this depends on how we're looking at it. So what I was thinking of when I say a beginner job is like, you're a new player. You've never played Final Fantasy XIV before. You pick up you make your character, and what class do you choose? That's how I envision like a beginner job. If you pick Arcanist, then within like the first 6 levels, you're presented with a gauge that you need to understand, with a cooldown, technically a cooldown that you need to understand, otherwise your damage is going to be terrible. You even have a pet you have to summon for your other actions to even work. So there's going to be a lot of tooltip reading within the first like 6 levels of your experience. You pick Thaumaturge, you're level 2. You have a mechanic where you have to manage between fire and ice magic. The only reason why this tends to not become a huge problem is because before you even meet a mob to kill, you're like level 4. Before you actually run out of MP, if you pick it up as a secondary class, before you run out of MP from fighting mobs in your hunting log, as we proved in the very first side quest stream, you'll be level 4 and have transpose. So that is insignificant. But compare needing to, switch between fire and ice and managing your MP as a black mage, or as a thaumaturge even, with, I don't know, let's say we focus on a non-tank, non-healer job, because we can immediately add complexity there simply by them having those responsibilities. Let's say you started as a pugilist. Your starting toolkit as a pugilist is going to be Bootshine, True Strike, and Snap Punch. At level 50 is when it starts getting really complicated because of Dragon Kick and Perfect Balance, but technically in the first 50 levels, the job doesn't have that much going for it. I think the most complex thing you need to deal with as a monk is chakra. In the first 50 levels, and you get Perfect Balance, which makes it complicated again. And then the speed of the job. If you took Dragoon instead, by level 50, you have a damage buff, and you have some OGCDs, but you actually don't even have a gauge. I believe Dragoon is possibly the only job? Oh wait, White Mage gets a gauge at level 52. So yeah, White Mage and Dragoon, I believe, are the only jobs that don't even have a gauge by level 50. I think? I'm pretty sure. So So it's complicated, but it is exactly, it's what you think makes it difficult. That's why I thought this was an interesting question to ask, was because I think some things make a job difficult. Tracy thinks some things makes a job difficult, and Santo thinks some things makes it difficult. My perspective is, based on what you say, Tracy, that what really makes a job difficult is how many things you need to work with at the same time. So if you're introduced to a job that has 30 buttons when you get it, that would be difficult. And Santo also said, Warrior, at least in my experience, spends more brain power thinking which to use than you spend on other tank mechanics. Stuff like you're about to overcap on Gauge, and Warrior but Infuriate is about to overcap too. Those things, in my opinion, because now I'm basically a Warrior main, are things that somewhat gets resolved automatically once you've played the job enough. But the part about having to think harder on what cooldowns you use, that does make sense, because so I went over some like when I was looking into some things, I believe it was in my It's Okay to Suck at Final Fantasy XIV video, when I almost beat the Sario encounter solo as Paladin. I on a whim decided to calculate how much damage reduction the different tanks have access to, and Warrior is much more heavily leaned towards being able to recover after taking damage and healing itself compared to the other tanks. So that is absolutely true. When you're viewing an attack from a tank perspective, you generally want to take as little damage as you can, but without spending everything at once. But with Warrior, you're a lot more concerned about, and then I heal up afterwards, in addition to wanting to minimize the damage. And the reason why a Warrior would care a lot about minimizing the damage, when you can just easily heal it back up again, is because of dot snapshotting. I've mentioned this like in brief before. Dot snapshotting is the concept that if you apply a dot as a bard, for example, or as a dragoon, one of the reasons why you use Disembowel and then Lance Charge and Dragon's Sight and then Chaotic Spring or Chaos Thrust is because Chaos Thrust's damage over time component will benefit from Disembowel's damage buff, Lance Charge's damage buff, and Dragon's Sight's damage buff. Technically, it would also benefit from Battle Litany, but that one is much less significant, I believe. And you can't do a triple weave anyway, so that's kind of a moot point. So you delay Lance Charge to there, so that your dot benefits. Or as a bard, why you use Iron Jaws while all the raid buffs are still active. Because the dots will actually take note of your current situation when it was applied. It will also take note of the enemy's situation when it was applied. So if they had something that says they take 20% less damage, then your dot will do 20% less damage. I believe the only exception is that if the enemy is invulnerable, that doesn't mean that the dot will do 0 damage for the entire duration. It just means that it will do no damage until the invulnerability ends. But this works both ways. A lot of Savage Raid bosses especially have some brutal dots attached to their tank busters, which means that if you go, I can just eat that, and just takes it on the face, yeah, well, while the tank buster didn't do that much damage, the dot does that damage maybe 2 times over its duration. So you taking less damage from the tank buster initially will also mean you take less damage from the dot. Which is actually leads to a good point from Santo that I like to TBN after the tank buster cause of the dot. Kind of a niche, but I like that you can use Living Dead before, like P8S, there's tank busters and dots into tank swapping, and yet another tank buster and dot. The thing is that it happens on 6-minute windows. Oh, that's convenient. I like to invuln on tanks to not have to weave defensives. on Dark Knight, I can use it before boss even casts the Tank Buster. That is, I think we've also talked about this a little bit on a previous stream, that the fact that bosses more in Savage content more and more employ dots as a component of the Tank Buster is really effective at especially when the dot applies anyway, even though you're invulnerable. That is a really powerful way for the developers to alleviate the issue of ignoring a boss mechanic by just invulnering it. It doesn't matter that you can take 2 Tank Busters back to back if the dots combined will kill you after your invulnerability ends. Yeah, I think it's an interesting discussion. Thank you both Tracy and Sansa for adding to it. Now let's continue. What do you have to say, Brendan? That was quite the reception. One Master Chai will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of the Talos has seized the public's attention. Once word has spread around Yulmore, it will be that much simpler to gather one and all, so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. Oh, music! No need to fret, Caetsu. I've never felt better. No need to fret, Caetsu. I've never felt better. And not at all overawed by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yulmore. As for where to do it, if we're to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the Emergent. Then I will go and spread the word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are to assemble there to meet their new mayor. You there, Kaishia, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gate Town and the derelicts? Of course I will. Good lad. I will let the guards know not to bar the way to War3's chambers. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming she's available. Might as well see it through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the Crown Lift will show you up. Just teleport back, the easy way. But I think it's very interesting. I think that tanks is one of the most interesting perspectives on this, because depending on who you ask, they will say Paladin is the easiest, or Warrior is the easiest. And depending on who you ask, although it is heavier leaning towards Gunbreaker, it does depend on who you ask whether they believe Gunbreaker is harder or Dark Knight is harder. And it also even emerges for healers sometimes. The funniest thing I've seen is that on the video I made about simple jobs to play without thinking too hard, my recommended healer was Sage. And a lot of people disagreed and believed that the easiest healer to play without thinking was White Mage. Namely because you are much less likely to use the wrong cooldown. Like, you're much less likely to trip over yourself by making a mistake. With Sage, you have to go in with a plan, which means for some people it sounds like you have to think. The way that I present it is, well, you're just following a rotation. You're essentially following a rotation. So Sage is simple because you can approach a dungeon without thinking, but the majority of the people that claimed that Sage wasn't easy were looking at it from the perspective of, well, what if you go into a Savage Raid? Then it isn't the easiest. Which I agree with. If you're in a Savage Raid, the Barrier Healer has a lot more expectation to, know the fight almost ahead of time. The biggest value you get out of a Barrier Healer is when they preemptively deal with mechanics, with shields and damage reduction and things like that. So that puts a lot more weight on that. So later I put out a guide for jobs that would make it easier to start playing in Savage content. Basically the same idea, except now we're looking at it from the Savage Raid perspective. The key difference, if I remember correctly, was that for the simple jobs, I recommended warrior and sage, and for the simple savage jobs, I recommended paladin and white mage. And the key difference here is that paladin doesn't have nearly as much to think about with their cooldowns. Their burst preparation is smaller than warrior, if you could believe it, and they don't have as much freestyling to deal with boss mechanics. It's generally boiling down to, I need to minimize the hit, and then we'll take it from there. While warrior has to think about, okay, how can I most efficiently minimize the damage and also heal myself afterwards, because it's going to hurt. And the same applies with white mage. You just have like 500 different ways to heal a lot, while sage has to think a lot before they act. So you can see, just moving the arena that we're taking this discussion in, that changes what is easiest, what is best, what would be easier to approach with. Like, my perspective of paladin is that the fact that you don't have as many options, even though you have more buttons as a paladin compared to a warrior, many of the buttons do the same thing. But I think it's interesting that the jobs are different enough that what's easiest, what's hardest, things like that can flip-flop depending on how you feel, who you are, and where we are talking about specifically. Santo says, I've been playing a bit of Paladin this week because I haven't really given it a proper chance before. Did you like it? Or are you still leveling it and don't know? Most complex part now is maybe knowing when to drop atonement stacks. I think that is a good point. The fact that not dropping atonement stacks is so close in value to dropping atonement stacks that the only time it is actually a DPS gain to drop atonement stacks is when it happens to align with raid cooldowns in a specific way. Means that you really need to know the specific encounter and know your raid composition sometimes even, for dropping atonement stacks to matter in the first place. That is my experience, at least. And on that note, actually, whether you should drop atonement stacks or not is also a thing that is so close between yes or no that that is also something that people will disagree on. Just like, what's the easiest job or what's the hardest job? Ah, yes, Master Chai told us to expect you. The Emergent is already filling up with people of all persuasions, free and bonded, citizens and non-citizens. But for you, our guest of honor, we have reserved a place at the front. Right this way, miss.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord 4-3's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Vorthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Vorthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength for Yulmore!
You know, I want to have like a perpetual clapping emote. Why can't we have that? We can only clap momentarily. Or spam the emote. That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirred them to action, I hope. If I have learned anything from all of this, it is that change begins with the individual. It is but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Ylmorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all of these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to heroism into the very stone upon which this city stands.
I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you have officially taken office, have you given any thought to your mayoral seat?
We will not be moving into the Emergent, dearest. It's too big, for one thing, and too far from the people for another. We'll retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlor.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor.
Begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got time for a word? Person off screen? Yes, of course. Hatton, bet? Aye, that is me. I liked your speech, but there's folk outside these walls as don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow, and more who are counting their crumbs. If you have a plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. Then we've much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Caetsu. I hope to see you again before long.
What a day. I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about.
I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I had resolved to remain here until such time as Ylmor's future was secured, but it is clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. I have every confidence they will find their way, and I believe it is time we went on ours.
So Alphino's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should do doing all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends, in paradise. That paradise is gone, but something better's taken its place, and I reckon I want to be a part of it. This Ylmor for the people Master Chai's been going on about ain't gonna build itself after all. Not that I'm much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference, though. Help keep things changing for the better.
A far nobler dream than the one to which you clung before, and one I am happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success.
Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we can do our bit, just a matter of taking the first step.
Exactly.
Truly, to see Kaishia thus inspired by her actions is inspiring in itself. Yet, however much I may wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Ylmor, we have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap Begluk's studies have borne fruit in our absence.
Indeed. Well, with this pace, we should be able to also do 5.2 if it's about as long as 5.1. Well, it depends on one thing. I believe there's several cutscenes will play step right after this. Well, you aren't making it easy for me to make a closed circle.
Welcome back. We're given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Ylmor. Indeed, Our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote and, after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. Now tell me, how fared you in preparing the white orosite? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference, and concluded at length that white orosite was ill-suited for our purposes. But, Urianger, did you not say that, compared to the massy soul of an Asian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did, and armed as we are with Begluk's invaluable insight, 'twould indeed prove a trifling matter, were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul. A link which would, we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as orosite doth require. Thus, the shedding of these fleshly simulacra, and the surfeit of ether which compriseth them, would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into the orosite instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process. Which is why we have abandoned that plan, and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. Then we are no closer to a solution than when we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turned to the transference of memories and the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Caetsu, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Une? I speak of the royal eye of the Allagan imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Allagans. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we were to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Allagans were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wheresoever it leads. While we are thus... Cut the music! While we are thus engaged, I think it best that Caetsu return to the source and inform Kryl and the others of our findings. Okay, bring back the music. Come on, different music. Agreed. I imagine Tataru will be relieved to hear that we made progress of a sort. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings unto Thancred and Reen, and to assist where may in their investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Now, if you have done the main quest and the raids separately, I believe... So the reason Thancred and Reen are completely absent for patch 5.1 is because they're in the empty. Doing the first raid tier. I believe Urianger is there for the second raid tier. And then for the third raid tier, there's even less people. Give our regards to Tataru, won't you? That is like, you may have heard a million times that the story of the raid series of an expansion is completely disconnected from the main quest, and you don't need to do them in order. That is true. The only connection is usually that a character that is present in the raid series is typically not also present in the main quest in the time frame where it's happening. The best way you can look at it is that it's fascinating to go back and experience like how the world has changed since you went there. It's a nice way to like reminisce where you were in the story when this particular event is happening, rather than doing them together so that they match perfectly. That, in my opinion, anyway. Caetsu, you're back! How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Kryl will be here shortly, and she'll want to hear too. She's just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean... The bodies, I mean. Gods, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. Upon speaking with Tataru, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
Oh, hi.
And none the worse for wear, I see.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead. But his soul lives on, and he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos Ye Galvas. Nor did the surprises end there, for no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn.
Gryle. I've seen him in action. His body at least. You will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. What good it will do. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Come then. Bruh. Interesting combo. Ah, the simple pleasures of one's own flesh. Truly, there's no place like home. Abomination. Whatever he is, Kaitsu was barely a match for him, if we stay here much longer. Emperor Varus, your radiance! Are you alright? No, he's not alright. We may wear out our welcome.
Your radiance! No!
Must even the most middling of sport be spoiled? The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Oh! Effective. Well, any bright ideas? Just one. He's dead, Jim. Nice one.
Your radiance!
The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Just deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. They didn't actually fly. But I suppose that's a figure of speech. More cutscenes? Oh! A duty with the music that we can't listen to. Unfortunately. This is possibly the most dumbed down rotation I've seen so far in a duty. We literally just have an AoE combo and Dragon Fire dive. And a potion. Oh, right. In retrospect, I should have kept my Dragonfire dive for more mobs. Focus on the Magitech armor first. Oh yeah, on my mark. I think not. Denied. Given how they have constructed like a pretty specific toolkit for the Guardians like that, I would actually love to see a job with those kinds of actions. Like with the cross/, delayed line AoE and things like that. Well, this is ominous without the music. Boing.
Well, well, someone's been busy.
Wow. What the?
And you would bar my way, would you? So be it.
This is like the
Come, Nidhogg, lend me your strength.
this is like the teaser for the weapons quest line. Tracy says, I'd like Estinian's combo here. That it's very simple. And it's very effective. I think we have a different toolkit now. If I remember correctly. Oh yeah. Wait, it just heals on every attack? And then we have a dot that doesn't have a combo attached? Oh, and Horrid Raw! Does not share cast... What? 3,000! That's insane. Why would I use anything but that, then? Well, we would use Stardiver. We would spam Stardiver, I suppose. This is going to look absolutely ridiculous. We do this. We just test. Okay. Just want to announce, we have Stardiver on a 6-second cooldown. Oh, we need to reapply the dot. But actually, now that I think about it, is there even a point? The dot does 500 plus 5 times 500, I think. Wait, no, it doesn't actually say how much it does over time, so we don't even know. Let's see. The hit itself does 4. This one does 21, but the dot does... Okay, so the dot is worth using. The roar is only worth using with 5 or more targets. Unless we can get them down like this. Nope. Or maybe? You know, after having done the Godbird encounter, this seems even more overpowered. Just heal for 2,000 on every GCD and also do 20,000 damage. And you spam Stardivers. Is this how Dragoon is going to be in 7.0? Dream on. Well, it would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Go into Life of the Dragon, all your GCDs become Stardiver. Unstoppable. We shall see about... Oh, look, and Limit Break.
Nidhogg, show them your fury!
Taste my lance.
Interesting war cry, Estinian.
Guardians and their Machina. Now, where are you guys?
Are you alright?
Hey, Kryl, did you also get to play as Estinian? Did you like the 6-second cooldown Stardiver? Pretty cool, right?
Peer into my past, did you?
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds. My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray. Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and Al Shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
To be fair on Estinian's part, during the role quest line we did last week, we basically proved that we have made a point of dozing off in combat. Sort of.
You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest for a while? I'm sure Big can manage without you. They've got enough science to help them if you ask me.
Oh, right, the music. No, the music! Meanwhile, in Garlemald. Now I can't turn it on. Oh, man. I'm sorry. Traitors! You were dead and I lord Nerva the throne? No! Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours. He's just hanging out. Boring, boring, boring. He's just the guy in the corner of the party meme going, they don't even know that I have the right to the throne.
What do you think? I find it amusing, like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse.
That you, your soul is. Who are you? Oh boy. Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost, in want of a new master. A hunting dog, if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiac. Meanwhile, in Yulmore in the First. Did you hear? The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks. They're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages too. They're even laying on free talents to help anyone willing to make the move. Free talos? Ha! We'd best get packing. Steady work, board, and lodging. If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. That's awesome. Hope. Yes, so long as I yet live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. Ominous. Now, the music. Sorry about that. I will be right back, and then we will continue into 5.2. Alright, I'm back. Let's continue. Hey, Kryle.
Caetsu, my, what a pleasant surprise.
I know, I just stood here in front of you for like 5 minutes. And then we talked again. Incredible.
If you've come to inquire after the Archons, fear not. Master Matoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal ether. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. If only we could go with you to the first and help.
Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. Person from off-screen.
Ah, Caetsu, it's been far too long, my friend.
Forgive me, I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea under the auspices of Commander Alden, offering what counsel I can in the hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire.
Ah, yes. I have heard stories of a defector from Garlemald, but never mind that. You said you have urgent news?
Indeed. As you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has been withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims that this de-escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Commander Alden has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He has also requested a representative of the Science attend as well, though it was clear to whom he wished I extend this invitation.
It would seem time is of the essence. Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone. Though I am not as well versed in the affairs of city-states as our comrades, I see no reason to burden a single sign with all this.
Yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamegan quarter with all haste.
Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two.
Casey says I can join now if you need it. I believe the next dungeon is like way over in the last bit of 5.2, so it'll be a while. But I will of course announce when we're getting closer to the dungeon, as I usually do. I have like a note. Oh dear, now we have to navigate this this labyrinth again. But I keep track, try to keep track of when the next dungeon is coming up, so that I don't say, oh, by the way, the dungeon is coming up in -5 minutes. -5 seconds. Commander Alden awaits us in the Royal Palace, if you would follow me.
They're here, Commander.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the Science spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea. Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows, and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence. Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation I found that I was right. The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
Kryl, that last bit, you didn't need to add that last bit. That was just mean.
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended.
Yeah, true, Tracy, it's true, but still.
The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed. Few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanis, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea. We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did, though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope. Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days, but it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all, even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
Tracy said, I thought there were 3 of us. Wait, what do you mean? That faced an Ultima weapon and survived? 3. Well... Huh? Now I'm a bit confused. You faced Ultima alone according to that scene. Yeah. That's true. According to... Well, according to the story of how you enter the Praetorium and everything... Wait. Doesn't the story actually... Isn't that one of those where they go... Maybe there would be like a few adventurers in need, like that you could bring with you in the area. Hee hee. Isn't that one of those quests? I'm pretty sure it is. But if it isn't, then technically, oh, it is like one of those. Then yeah, there would be 4. And in fact, a few years ago it would have been 8, or even like 1 year ago it would have been 8. So that is a really good point, Tracy.
As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new Ultima weapon, but with each passing day, the plight of the science grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the first. I take it you're ready to return to the first? Then I would ask that you apprise the others of recent events here in the source, namely Xenos' return and the development of the new Ultima weapon. As for their bodies, you may assure them that Master Matoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal ether stable. Safe travels, Caetsu. I hope to see you and the other science soon.
I'm pretty sure this storyline with this Ultima weapon is supposed to be referencing the weapons quest line. Or weapons trial series. But it is a bit strange that the quest wasn't available yet. I'm pretty sure it starts where I was just looking on the map. Although I didn't check that closely. It should have been a level 80 quest, at the very least. But that is sort of fizzles out in the main quest. Yeah, exactly. We're told, oh, there's this great danger approaching us, and then nothing. This is just a moment here. This is sort of the case with the trial series of Heavensward, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers. I don't believe there is like a trial series for Endwalker that matches in the same way. But like for example in Heavensward, we go to As's La, enter this entire place, and we take note that they are the warring triad. They're just there, and we just go anyway and just move on. And then if you go to the right people, you'll find that that is actually a problem that needs solving. In Stormblood, the Scion's money coffers are basically empty due to an interesting choice by Alphino. And the only thing we hear about that again is when the Four Lords storyline presents itself as a way to make the money. And technically this money is made near the end of said storyline. So the fact that the Scions are not in massive money issues suggests that that just wasn't a problem, you know, as you say, Tracy. It's just sort of just fizzles out, like, anyway. Of course, the logical explanation in both of these cases is that, according to the story, these things were already resolved. You not knowing how they resolved are not that important. The fact is that the stories explain why you would be interested in doing them for the sake of the main quest, and then they're just left because that's the only important bit for the main quest. In Shadowbringers, they go, oh, there's this ultimate weapon attacking us, possibly. And then it just sort of goes, well, and then the Warrior of Light solved that eventually, I guess. It is very funny. But I think it's also pretty well done that they can sort of ride around it as they do. You've come at a most opportune time, my friend. I've made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul and a means to return the Scions home. I trust you too have been making good use of your time. Ill tidings from the source, you say? To shreds, you say? Then I will summon the others that we might all be apprised of the situation. To shreds, you say? But it's funny that the story doesn't really make sense like that sometimes.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
A new Ultima weapon. We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Beklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both, that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will.
However?
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within aurosite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allegan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
My apologies.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness. But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it will be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lena? Let us do that. We have little time, so I will be brief. A Sin Eater has been sighted in Lakeland, and I ask for your assistance in slaying it. What? A Sin Eater? I had heard some few yet remained after the knight had returned, but perhaps we should call the others. That will not be necessary. It is only a single Sin Eater. A simple task for a guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory. But you do not underestimate your foes, however harmless they may seem. My men would do well to learn from your example. Let's be about it then. Me, why not Alphino? Excellent. Then let us make for Fort Job. Let's jog to Fort Job. If you would wait here a moment, I will gather the others. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side. I was at death's door that day after the Sin Eaters attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I'd have likely stepped through, and I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes, and had no choice but to cut it down. The thought of returning to the field, of holding a blade again, it filled me with dread. But that is no way to honor her or my comrades, and so I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward.
A pleasure to meet you, miss. Truly, it seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight astride an Amaro to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think the Yulmoran soldiers we once locked blades with are now on our side, but we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. We seem to be missing one. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asked that I escort him to Clearmelt. It took longer than I anticipated. I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. How would he have known that? It won't happen again. The name's Thela. I'm sure you don't remember, but we met once before in the infirmary. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to her. Don't give up. Don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart, and the boundless, beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. My friend got to see the knight's return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. But there are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives with the promise of a future they'll never know, and so it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in. Nice speech, nice speech. Your heroism has inspired all of our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at the northern staging point have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let us not keep them waiting.
Oh boy, what a quest! Can we please parade the Warrior of Darkness around a little bit? And then we do that. Well, if we can get both for 5.1 and 5.2 done tonight, then we would possibly be able to reach Endwalker within, like, before the end of April, certainly. That's going to be wild. Then we suddenly reach like the real end section of this series, at least. That is not to say the end of Smol Caetsu. It depends on what we get down to doing. But the main quest is the big target. That is a big Sin Eater, by the way.
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself? Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, "Who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness?" And he says, "No, I'm a warrior of light." And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
A warrior of light? Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be her. The warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat. As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Forgive me. There is one more thing. A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
Then it looked like Alphina walked slower. I wish that the follow-up is like that it would be that we had to find Alphino on the way, like we catch up to him, but it probably isn't. He just walks away in the
I
rain.
will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating. Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man, a younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
Anchors keep us where we have chosen to be. He's lost without you, you know, and he misses you already. Yeah, that is actually kind of true.
Are you sure? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their posts.
Oh, now it's not raining anymore. And Alphino made it all the way back. I suppose we did have a long conversation with Lena. Oh, we got a card.
The others were quite shocked to hear of what we found in Lakeland. But now that you're here, there's a proposal I should like to make. I've been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I've noted more and more people perusing the books on history, the years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light. As well they should, but nearly everything I've come across describes them as Sin-Eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry that their sudden appearance, in conjunction with this renewed interest in their predecessors, may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I too can attest to the falsehoods found within full many of the Cabinet's tomes, with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I'm not surprised to see their roles distorted and them painted as villains. Were it not for the records stored within the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here in the first, the reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remained those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days following the Flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. They brought to justice the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Verbert. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as Sin-Eaters is absurd. Under normal circumstances I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained, that they were the cause of the Flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains, deserving only of resentment and hate. At that point, the truth mattered little, it would not change their lot. Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Ardbert who helped you overcome Emet-Selch, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who know him only as a villain. I have shared this with a select few, but one and all must be told of his sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Alphino's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the true tale of the Warriors of Light, and the Flood that followed in their wake. Well, what say you, Caetsu?
Spread the word, I say. I wish we had done this sooner.
Then we're all of one mind on the matter. Good. Exarch, might I ask you to continue working with Beck-Luk on our means of returning home? The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium in the etc. We have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread and more will accompany them.
If I remember correctly, the part Beck-Luk added about the Warriors of Light dealing with Verbert, I'm pretty sure that is covered in one of the role quest lines. I can't remember. I think it might be the mage one, but I'm not 100% sure on that. It's the tank one. Okay. Deals with Brandon. Right. Caetsu, my, what a wonderful surprise. Though I hope your being here doesn't mean someone's been hurt. Thanks to you, I've had few patients coming through my door of late, which is a shame, come to think of it. I've had few opportunities to test my new medicines. Hehe, I jest, of course. It's actually been quite pleasant to have a few moments to myself now and again. The truth about the Warriors of Light, but the Exarch has already spoken with me about them. Well, there's more to the tale. I'd very much like to hear it. Is that what the crystalline mean? I think. Yeah, it is. Why is it we only speak with the same 5 people every time we're asked to gather the people or talk with the people? Well, what a coincidence. I was just reading over a letter I received from Grenold not long ago. He says a visitor from the Crystarium found him at the bottom of the ocean and that she inspired him to reach new artistic heights. Well, I can only think of one person capable of both feats, though I'd say the latter is more impressive. To think fate could bring the two of you together in such a place. I'm sorry, you mean the Exarch didn't tell us the whole story of the Warriors of Light? Well, whatever he's left unsaid, I'm all ears. And then to the Cabinet of Curiosity. Gee, I wonder who we need to talk with. I sure wonder who it could possibly be. Not someone over here, right? It's all the way on the top, right? Oh yeah, Morin. No, this can't be. Surely, there is at least one book here that does not cast the Warriors of Light and their deeds in such a negative light. Hello. Oh, Caetsu, forgive me. The Cabinet of Curiosity has been bustling with visitors of late, but I fear our repository lacks for the knowledge they seek. The people wish to know the truth of the flood of the Warriors of Light. I've searched high and low, but alas, every account portrays them as no better than sin-eaters, abominations worthy only of scorn and resentment. I know they were not always judged so harshly, yet I can find no proof, and I dare call myself a librarian. You would address the people and tell them the truth of the Warriors of Light? Of the flood? How wonderful! You have regaled me with the tale once before, but I should love to hear it again. Oh, and you may be assured I will not come alone. Where else? Right.
Come to browse wares in the market, have you? Well, I can guarantee you'll have no trouble finding what you need, whatever it may be. Under Yulmor's new leadership, trade has never been more prosperous. Word is that fellow from Daedalus Stoneworks has taken over as major. Did he really? Little wonder business is booming the way it is. I imagine it won't be long before all of Norrand reaps the benefits, but you've not come to talk about the market. Something on your mind? I see. The Exarch did mention they had something to do with your returning the knight to Norrand. Alright. Consider my interest piqued. Well, well. To what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you be brief. With the night returned, visitors have been flocking to the Crystarium, and I find myself too busy by half. I don't mind it though. Seeing the stairs so full of life and excitement, one can almost forget the flood ever happened. The Warriors of Light? Yes, the Exarch has mentioned them before, but everyone knows them now as the Cardinal Virtues, or are you suggesting there's more to it than that? Well, you've yet to steer us wrong, so I'm willing to hear what you have to say.
There you are. Between the four of us, I dare say we've swept the Crystarium from top to bottom. Now we need but wait for the people to gather.
Well, I suppose if you ask people, like, a lot of different people, because I just told the same 5 people I always tell things.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
I need a stepping stool. Like, there are people in the back that really don't know what's happening.
Wicked White? The Warriors of Light did all that?
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
Unless...
Impossible.
You can see him too.
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
Nay, yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
What in the world?
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
That it should be the Warrior of Darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time. though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may. People of the Crystarium, I am Ardbert, one of those you know as a warrior of light.
He wouldn't speak like that.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I.
That is a possibility, but surely you haven't been given new person as well.
I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass. The hero who stands before you now, the warrior of darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when she must return to her home. But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light.
What? Us? Warriors of light?
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
I don't know. Leaving like that seems more suspicious, in my opinion. Is that just me? I feel like that is not the time to leave.
So, that is a warrior of light of the first. I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
No, absolutely not.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
Asians.
That he is an Ascian.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree. From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the Virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus. That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known. Thus evicted from his borrowed form, and cognizant no doubt of MSQ's failure here in the first, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen. My, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light. On that occasion I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. 'Twas only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. MSQ single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while La Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Artbird's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
It would appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
Tracy says, it's that or argue, when I said, I think it's a bad time to leave that performance, as Begluk called it. The reason for that is that us leaving means that we have nothing to add. So whatever this, first of all, we're basically saying we don't need to hear what he's saying and we don't care what he's saying, which can both mean that he's lying. It could also mean that whatever he's saying is true. And he might just spin a lie about us while we're away. If you're in a meeting and you just conclude that there's nothing left for you to say, your act of leaving the room is itself an act which might affect everyone else in the meeting, right? So that's why I say I think it might not have been best time. We did leave Elfin, that's true. It's still a bit strange that like the majority of the group left. But you're right, we did leave one person. You did well to dispel the falsehoods surrounding the Warriors of Light and their actions prior to the flood, though I must say the reappearance of Artbird, or rather one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. He is an impostor, of that there is no doubt, but to the masses he will appear as a hero returned from the grave. After the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulbar, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight, prayed that these fallen heroes be born again for their sacrifices. What bitter irony! I, for one, would like to know why Artbird urged the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. Ere we take action, we must needs ascertain his intent. Let us pray that Master Alvina returneth soon with that most essential knowledge. For now, I think it best to apprise Thancred and Reen of our efforts. When we do confront Artbird, we shall no doubt have need of their strength. Agreed. I think it prudent we all take measures to prepare for what's to come. Begluk and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel, that it might one day carry you home. Then I think it time I return to the Great Wood. Until now, everything we have learned of the Asians has been handed to us at their leisure. But that was one of Emet-Selk's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidibus will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I recently received word from Fanna that heretofore unexplored chambers have been discovered deep within the Kitana rabble. Almed believes the relics within tell of a great calamity that befell an ancient civilization, that of the Asians, perhaps. They may lead us to the truths we seek. Be sure to let me know how that works out. Would you care for company? I wouldn't dream of going without you. When you're ready, make for Farnov. Almed and her sisters will be expecting us. And let us be about our tasks. Pray give my regards to the V's. To Fanov we go. There sure are a lot of quests here. That is insane. Like every single person in that quadrant has something to say almost. Welcome, allies of Ronka. We have accomplished much since last you came. With the Light Warden dead and its minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Raktika Falls. It was there that we discovered more ruins. Although we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its halls, we determined that the innermost chambers were warded by magic. We all were in agreement. Before any investigation could proceed, you should be summoned. We are grateful that you did. From what you have told me, I strongly suspect that the wisdom my comrades and I seek can be found within. This wisdom could prove invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. I see. Then it is good that you have come, for Ronka was once home to the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding. And it is our duty to ensure you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To have reached the inner chambers unmolested suggests a more formidable deterrent yet lies within. Come now, surely any threat sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we have faced thus far.
This is not a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. Oh, and who was it pinning for the return of our allies that we might venture into the ruins, clutching her staff at night, wishing it were... excuse me? You promised not to tell.
Wishing it were who?
Then I suggest we be going. Get back here.
Remind me, exactly how old are you and your sisters? On second thought, perhaps it's for the better, I do not know. Pray forgive their overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins and bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with a curiosity that is not easily satiated. Please, you needn't apologize. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well their enthusiasm, and if not for your sedulous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. Speaking of which, I believe I have kept you away from the ruins long enough. Come, let us make for the Kitana Ravel. Hi Erika, how are you doing? Did you get into Heaven's Ward? Wait a minute, there is an ether current. What a coincidence that I decided to use the ether compass at that very moment. Spent last night grinding through Crystal Tower. Met my cat husband, and now I'm like 4 quests from Heaven's Ward. Oh yeah! That's nice. It is funny that like near the very start of the A Realm Reborn post-game, I think, it's pretty close to the start, Minfilia randomly goes, oh yeah, there's something else you could do, and then like points at, like almost directly throws you at Nero to go and do Crystal Tower, but it doesn't require it. I do believe it briefly mentions that you might need to do it, but then it never comes up again. The next time it comes up is when your next quest suddenly says, oh, you need to have completed all of the Crystal Tower to do this. Just out of nowhere. And that is pretty funny. I hope you enjoyed Crystal Tower. It is most strange for these halls to be left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal on the chamber door. Danger surely awaits us on the other side. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Okay then.
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast. Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed.
Why you... Ugh.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead. As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism. Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly. Wait! Don't!
What? But I only... What is happening?
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, it lives!
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Oh, effective. And that was the end of that journey. This is such a spooky quest line. Quest, specifically. You trespass, mortal, upon sacred ground. In retribution 4 souls have I bound. Yet to heroes proven, learned, and wise, a comrade's soul shall be their prize. If you would see theirs set free, answer me these riddles 3. Oh no. Deft of paw, with kin do I vie, though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. What am I? You what? Deft of paw. Presumably not a colibri. It could be an oppo or a curl. It sounds like curl to me. I don't remember the answer. Alas, 'twas the Oppo Oppo, keen and shrewd, its spirit exalts ingenuity, a virtue by which the Ronkans did prosperity pursue. For this mistake, a single talisman I shall take. Oh boy. With fearsome fang I travel with pack. Together we find harmony, and thus for peace our land does not lack. What am I? Travel with pack. That sounds like a wolf. Indeed. 'Twas the spirit of the wolf their doctrines praised, that they would know peace and harmony to the end of their days. The riddles answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul returns. On my belly do I crawl, by my strength does prosperity reign within our hall. What am I? I would say serpent. Do you have input, Simit? Indeed, the dread serpent turned protector, lured to slumber ere it tear the world asunder. The riddles answer you did discern, and thus to your soul returns. What do we do about the last one that we lost? Desire you that which I yet claim? Then we shall play another game. A test of mind and memory. Choose wisely, and you may yet go free. Twixt these talismans hide friend and foe. Choose your companions will, or sorrow no. They're all blank on the other side. Memory game. Okay, well in that case, let's start up here. Well, we don't know any of them. Myself says, where's the option all above in the poll? Well, they're all important. That's also why I said, what is most important? Alright then. Excellent. Oh, that's problematic. Yeah, so the problem there is that I could have kept Y'shtola just trapped in a card so that I had a backup whenever I picked a monster, right? I could have done that, but I decided not to. Oh, okay, there's a 50% chance of success. Oh, didn't get it. Nailed it. Your comrades are assembled, together at last. Yet still there remains one trial you must pass. If you would glean the knowledge enshrined in this earth, I would first take the measure of your worth. Do we fight you now? One worthy of she who the Ronkans extolled must be strong of mind, body, and soul. Oh. Are you serious, you Stola? Do you not know the rule that if you get the stack marker, you go into melee range? That's the rule.
Here I come.
Oh. Oh, look at the NPCs. Well done. I wonder why they all stacked behind the boss. Oh, ads! I love ads! Oh, a limit break. I love limit breaks. Why did one of them survive? Another limit break. There we go. Nice Stardiver finish. Well fought, hero. The trial is complete. The way is open, and thus I concede defeat. Dead.
Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite. Now, what have we learned?
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
True.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber.
Hey, Coco and Woolly Ram.
A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna? A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation, so potent was her spellcraft. Though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I for one always believed.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
Oh, she had the echo.
Naught less than the echo. In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emet-Selch invited us to witness in Amarot? The final days. If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger? The echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided, it would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar. I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
Then you must recall Emet-Selch's dying request.
Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, Our impressions cannot fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin. But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Fanau will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
Right, let's see. Weisel says, I like that accent very much, especially when she says Ronka. I don't know what it is, but I love it. Well, Gunsmokes or Coco, as they're known in game, would be able to tell you, I believe, that it is an Icelandic accent. It's very nice. And Gunsmokes, by the way, asks, hello, Kai, my beloved. Well, now, what is a good computer store in Denmark? Well, I always recommend Vision. They make both good computers for office work, maybe a bit expensive if that's all you need it for, but they also make gaming computers. And when I bought my computer, they actually had not only the cheapest price for GPUs, you know, that weren't available anywhere, they also were one of the only reliable ways to get a GPU at all. So, food for thought. And Ivika, I don't know if you're still here, but you said, so, as someone who actually played Final Fantasy III, it was dope to do the Crystal Tower. That's awesome. I forget that. I always forget that it was a Final Fantasy III reference. It is. I think it's really awesome that Final Fantasy XIV makes so many references. It gives a huge amount of inspiration for people to like experience the story behind the game, and like explore the other games too. And Weisel says Icelandic accent. Thanks for the info. As a Spanish speaker, I'm still listening about accents around the world. It is very specific. I would never have guessed it was Icelandic, but there was a few that mentioned it when we got to Raktika Great Woods originally, and I think Coco... I don't think Coco was amongst them. And Sips, as you guys buy computers, I just put stuff in and it somehow works. Yeah, Coco, Vision. I don't know why you would buy a computer from Denmark when you're not here. By your pensive expression, I take it the tomb has given you much to think about. That is well. In time, the knowledge you have gleaned will lead to understanding, and thus arm you for what is to come. Before you leave, however, I would speak again of the teachings of our forebears, of histories learned, not lived. Oh, look, what a cute Lalafell. The legend of Tiuna and her exploits has been told countless times over the centuries. Yet, as it is handed from one generation to the next, the story changes. With each telling of the tale, there are new flourishes, details changed or lost. We never truly know how she lived, for we were not there to see it. But we are here now to bear witness to your life. We have seen the change you have wrought, the echoes that will endure long after you are gone. And though it too will change in time, I swear to you, we shall do our best to preserve your story.
I hope you'll forgive me if I don't make an oath of my own, but I think it goes without saying we could never misspeak of your heroism. Perish the thought! So long as we are here, there are none among the V's who will not know of all you have done for Northrend. We are not deserving of such reverence, but we are grateful all the same. You can be certain we will have our own tales to tell of the great guardians of Raktika and the ruins of Ronka. I pray you safe travels then. As ever, we shall await your return with open arms. Coco says, my mom's going to Copenhagen soon. Okay, I don't think Vision is situated in Copenhagen. It's like a singular store. I would like to point out, it's like they have one location in Denmark. So you would have to order or go to the city they are in. I don't know what else to recommend. I don't
I don't go to Copenhagen myself much. Myself says, by the way, about Final Fantasy 3, yeah, that's why I play a lot of it. The Onion Knights. Even I got an original blue onion helm starting when you started to play. Oh, nice. Although we learned naught of the Ascians, the insight we gained into the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before we return to the Crystarium, however, there's a small matter I would attend to in Slitherbough. Might I trouble you to come with me? Thank you. After we arrive, we should have a brief word with Runa. Hey, Runa.
Caetsu, it is so good to see you. You've arrived at a most opportune time. I was preparing a pot of my famous stew. Come, I will ready a place for you.
I'm sorry, Runa, but we haven't the...
Please, I insist. It will take only a minute.
How about the eating the stew part? My apologies, Caetsu. It seems our return to the Crystarium will be delayed. Perhaps only for a bit, if you assist me with my work. I say work, but it is rather more chore. I must clean my chambers here in Slitherbough from top to bottom. If you would be so kind as to go and fetch a broom from Asgeir. We might finish before Runa is done cooking. Runa is an Icelandic name. Wow, I wonder if they were just like... They were like on an Icelandic trip when they made Raktika Greatwoods. And then they just went, well, we could just make all the V's speak like that. That's just Lena, right?
A broom for Master Montoya. I cannot imagine why she would have need of such a thing, but here you are. It is old but sturdy and sure to suffice.
It's the Icelandic expansion. Yeah, it reminds me of, what was it, Mists of Pandaria, one of the World of Warcraft expansions. The trailer for it, you know, how World of Warcraft uses almost like a globe, spinning globe, as part of its logo. Well, they used, like, they had it quite zoomed in, and normally it, you know, it's just a blur of nonsense that just looks vaguely like, you know, a planet or something. But for that trailer specifically, they had used a close-up of Denmark. For some reason. I mean, Denmark looks like, if any country looked somewhat similar to one of the continents in World of Warcraft, it would be Denmark. But still, it's really funny. I trust Asgeir was able to find a broom for us. This well-worn broom has seen many a spring and summer in Slitherbough. Swishing and sweeping, sweeping and swishing. That is a tiny broom you have handed me. Well worn, good. This would prove difficult otherwise. Though I must say, I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far. Yes, well, you weren't buried beneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered, were you? Right. Anyway, it is time I finished cleaning with the help of that broom. You didn't honestly think I'd do it the old-fashioned way. That broom is more than capable of sweeping by itself, or rather, it will be. Time to rise, to swish and sweep. A tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound until no dust is to be found. Phew! Wow.
In this one particular respect, I have no objections to following in Master Matoya's footsteps. In future, I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. I will dearly miss this place, these people.
Oh no. Oh no, Runa.
Master Matoya, pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready.
Woolly Ram says, if only Roombas were this reliable. I know, right? Get stuck on everything.
Is something troubling you? You've been rather quiet.
No, everything is fine, I assure you. It has been a long day, is all.
I see.
Stola, thank goodness you're still here, says person from off screen.
Alphino, I thought you were following Artbert. I was, though I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seems determined to traverse every ilm of Norrand in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light and the Flood. And it seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple. It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. But there's no denying that his words have struck a chord with many. Well, we're all agreed to that this is just another Asian ploy, yes? They've commandeered corpses before, and to no good end. I see no reason to think this time is any different, especially when it's that of a fallen Warrior of Light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind.
His next destination is, in all likelihood, Slitherbow.
Alizé, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Halric and the others, you needn't be. The treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting. For all of us. The best thing I can do now is let them rest. So, I believe we were about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be Warrior of Light? Before visiting any towns or villages, Artbert would hunt down and slay a nearby sin eater to earn the locals' trust. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does.
Thankfully, Thancred and Reen are returned from the empty and have taken up the search. Reen believeth one may lurk beneath the boughs of woven oath.
And that is where we will start our search.
Master Matoya! A warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return.
I look forward to it.
Oh, Runa. Woolly Ram says, is Runa the only man Y'shtola didn't burn to cinders? And Tracy adds, him and Urianger. Yep, that sounds right. I'm pretty sure those are the only two. She has even burned Thancred to cinders. See you, Coco. Thank you for checking in. He has even burned Thancred to cinders occasionally for whatever reason. Of course, not in the way that he has approached her, but more that she has just randomly thwacked her with with something, with some sort of word-based knuckle sandwich. Oh, and yeah, true, Tracy, and the Warrior of Light. Well, actually, there was that one time where we said yes, mother, and she said something about taking us over her knee, and I do think that is somewhat of a burn, isn't it? Well, only if you decided to say that. Lahi? Oh, and she has burned us. That is actually that is fair.
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Ether friend here, I can only apologize.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
We were, and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world, so we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
And that also logically explains why there was no raid tier in that patch, 5.2.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
It seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it? But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
I wish Sato was here.
Poor fellow. He will be sorely missed.
Nope. Thought you were supposed to be good at this.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense. After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive.
The hand thing.
Yes, it is I, Elizabeth. Through your time in Emetzelk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emmett Selk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
Emmett Selk. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable, but I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves. There is no common ground to be found between you and I, nor do I require any. I have my duty.
Wait!
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least, and 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries. Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself. In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmett Selk came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emmett Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored. Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
This ought to be learned, I want to know. As long as you don't let me do any more chores.
A woman after my own heart.
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
And Woolly Ram says, meeting Master Matoya, the real one, was a treat, and is obviously Yshtola's teacher, not just in magic. Indeed. And if I remember correctly, Master Matoya is like a specific character from a specific game, like specific Final Fantasy game. And I do think it might even be a name that has been reused more than once. K-Blacks as always love seeing you stolen. Indeed. Why do we get accessories first?
Alphino has the right of it. Let us pay visit to the Ondo. We should speak with Tolch Ath first. As chieftain, he is doubtless privy to a great many secrets.
That's why it's from the original Final Fantasy. Oh. I have sent for no finless ones. Perhaps you instead come seeking something of us. I didn't order people without fins. Ruins which your kind have yet to explore. I see. I know of one such place. Alas, under these circumstances, I am afraid we can spare none to guide you there.
And what circumstances are these?
Oh no. Rather than hunt for their own meals, the Bentos have pillaged our stores of Mniri liver. They must be replenished with haste.
The Bentos, a particularly violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall.
A band of bottom feeders. We all lost much in the flood, but while others worked to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. Revenge, they call it, when they prey upon your kind, but do not be fooled. They care not who they harm. Would that we had the warriors to challenge them. This is not the first time they have stolen from us, but there is no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt.
Unless, of course, we were to reclaim the livers for you.
Oh boy, it seems a fitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue that by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby driving back the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds of those driven to desperate ends by the changing climes. One good turn and all that.
I thought you might say that. You've never been one to miss an opportunity to help. Reclaiming the stores it is, then?
We would be grateful beyond words if you did. The Bentos have surely taken the livers back to the Flounder's floor, but be warned, there will be no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders.
Then we will have care not to draw their attention, shall we?
Santo says Matoya is from the original Final Fantasy XIV, if I recall correctly. Speaking of recurring things in Final Fantasy games, been playing 12 recently and it's wild recognizing so much stuff from Evely's Alliance raids and Bosha stuff. That's true. I haven't played 12 myself, but if I remember correctly, Tactics is also based in Ivalice, and when I didn't play Tactics, I played Tactics Advance, so I honestly, when I went through the Ivalice raids originally, I did not really pay much attention to the cutscenes, but I certainly had like a flash of interest whenever one of the bosses that looked like some specific godlike beings showed up. Like, oh, I know this man. Know this boss. Woolly Ram says, Y'shtola is my least favorite scion. Verbal burns and thirst are covering for an utter lack of character and arc. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's it's reasonable to say that she hasn't changed much. That's true, I guess. I'm not sure. I think that it is funny that they can have a character that is supposed to be that serious that regularly is the basically source of comic relief. Like, generally, she is not the comic relief. She makes fun of someone else, making them the comic relief. But I mean, there has been times in Endwalker where, at least a time in Endwalker, where she was the butt of the joke. Tracy says, sadly I have to go. Lose an hour's sleep tonight as the clocks go forward. That's true. Good night, Tracy. Sansa says, I heard Tactics is good. Gotta play it sometime. I don't remember much from the Ivalice raids. I think it was just a case of the story didn't grab me immediately and then I just lost interest. And back when I started the Ivalice raid storyline, I wasn't very interested in side stories. Like, just period. Oh, there. Part of the problem for me with Bozja was that I didn't progress it much, like when it was new. I only progressed it whenever the relic weapon said so, which meant that I didn't really have much vested interest in that at all. It was a means to an end, you could say. K-Black says, I don't really care about any of the Alliance raid stories, I just do them for glams. Fair enough. You know, this might require a little bit more combat if I wasn't like 6 levels over. Sansa says they're okay, the Alliance raid stories, except Nier, and I'm saying that as someone whose favorite series is Nier. Fair enough. I felt that the story behind the Nier raid was really strange and surprising, but I will say that as someone who hadn't played and still haven't played the Nier raids, if I remember correctly, in the first raid, you're actually working together with the bad guys because they've convinced you that they're the good guys to fight supposedly the good guys, if I understand correctly. And I didn't know the difference, right? On cursory sniff, you detect the faint aroma of fresh oranges, a far cry from the rather memorable scent of neri liver. And yeah, the music is great, I would say. These boxes are filled with assorted vegetables. Liver's not a vegetable. What? What? Is liver not a vegetable? I could have sworn. I've been had. Hey, Ranji. From the squelching noise they make when prodded and the vile stench, you conclude that these bags are bursting with livers. Brilliant. Are those them? Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems the Bentos have been raiding Collusion storehouses as well as those of the Undo. Oranges, pumpkins, wheat. But we can discuss this after we see the liver safely back to Tolshath. It wouldn't do to keep him in suspense. Chopped liver's tasty but fussy to make. I haven't had liver that many times. What I remember is that it tastes very unique. I'm relieved to see you unspeared. This bulging sack makes a truly heinous squelching noise as you heft it over your shoulder. When I say unique, I don't mean it as bad necessarily. Our precious livers, I knew you would not fail. We also found all manner of foodstuffs from Colusia in the flounder's floor. Tell me, Tol Shath, does that seem odd to you? It is brazen, to be sure. I'm reminded of rumors I've heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Colusian warehouses. The perpetrators enter in the dead of night and are gone before anyone has realized what has happened. The Ulmoran army has been investigating, but thus far to no avail. Perhaps the reason they have struggled so is that their quarry is of the sea. The true question, then, is what we mean to do about it. Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the Benthos to carry on as they are. If I may, I believe that the ruins are, in fact, key to the Benthos' plan. Is that so? These ruins, which lie deep within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We have seen signs that the Benthos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We could not fathom why, but in light of the knowledge that they have been stockpiling resources, it is clear that their queen will soon give birth. They require space to raise their young, and food for both queen and hatchlings to thrive. Well, we can hardly fault them for that. Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning. Its resources barely able to sustain our current population. There's only one reason they would disregard this. They seek to build an army, and with it take revenge upon the Finless. It is not a surprise. They came to us not long ago, seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them, of course. The suffering of others will not serve as balm to their own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed, and will gladly send her children to die in our stead. If they're planning to wage war, that changes matters considerably. Indeed. I doubt that this can be resolved without violence, but perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I would rather not risk your people in the attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves? Yes, once you reach its depths, go deeper still. You will see a monstrous structure there upon the seafloor. That you have come to us now is the will of the Ancient Ones. They have guided you here that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with vile purpose. I have no doubt that they will show you their way forward. I'm afraid that the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint. If what we seek lieth deeper still, beyond Amarot, I would call upon the assistance of another. Let's see, slaying. Oh boy, our inventory is really getting packed. Oh! Oh my! We finally found a replacement for our earring. Wow. I've also finally realized why my portrait keeps breaking whenever I change equipment. It's because there are pieces that don't get glamored to anything. I just thought I'd mention it because I might not be the same person that might have this revelation. Though our course hath been decided, to pursue it we must needs beseech the aid of a friend. I speak of Bismarck. Pray follow me to Solon, that we might seek an audience with him at once more. Oh man, that's such a long run though. I believe there's like 2 quests left before we well, there's this one and then 2 more before 5.2 is over. So I think we'll try and get that done before we end the stream. Is that a hunt mark? It's Papalotl. Looks like it. But yeah, I think one thing that is worth considering when there's like crossover stories like that, like with the Near Raid, is that I don't think the main aim of crossovers like that is to write the perfect story immediately upon starting such a story. You have to suspend disbelief just for the simple case that suddenly people from a completely different world that has nothing to do with this world is suddenly here, which doesn't make any sense. The best they can do is try to deliver an interesting story that gives you, like, inspires either interest in the collaboration material, or at least makes people that like both feel like, yeah, okay, I get it. Like, that's a pretty good representation. Like, you don't need to make the story perfect. If you're someone who played Nier and you believe that the story of the Nier franchise is perfect, awesome, then anything less than spectacular would be underwhelming. But if you haven't, then anything that is somewhat decent might inspire you to want to check it out. So I feel like what they did was pretty good. I think, like, they did well enough. I know, like, I have at least one friend who at least gave Final Fantasy XIV a proper shot, a good old try, just because there was a Near Raid. He never got to the Near Raid. He burned out after Realm Reborn. The post game was too much. Like, he literally got to Heavensward and then quit. He only got that far because he was motivated to try and get to the Near Raids. It's the same like the Monster Hunter overlap. Well, to be fair, the crossover with Monster Hunter, it doesn't need a super impactful story. The stories of Monster Hunter are usually set as a means to an end. They're basically just the story to explain why you go and hunt the monsters, but generally it's not considered the best storytelling in the world, as far as I know. From here, we press onward to the Isle of Ken. I myself shall proceed on foot. You've perfected your technique, then? Just so. The water will be as glass beneath my feet, and provideth purchase fragile yet true. Watch closely. Oh, I certainly shall. Forgive me, but would it not be easier to perfect your swimming technique? True. Aye, 'twould be a pity if you drowned, truly. Oh, hush, I'm sure it'll be brilliant. Thank you for some positive sentiment, Reen. Ooh. He's done it. Incredible. Well, that's ominous sounding. Huh?
Arianje!
For the love of... Mine apologies. The technique required the purest of focus, and mine was lacking. To perfect this magic, I went so far as to deal with the fourth, and with their aid, mine effort finally met with success, albeit on a single occasion. That's a lot of effort to avoid having to swim. I know not why I cannot repeat it. I thought I saw you waver a bit toward the end there. Perhaps you're simply tired? Oh.
Thancred?
It's nothing to worry about, only a dizzy spell, though it may not be wise to go for another swim just now. Let's take the boat.
Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little invention. I'm certain you'll agree.
A boat, you say? That is an excellent idea. Woody Ram says, Nier Automata is weird. It's a gaming equivalent of an art house movie with lots of fourth wall breaks and genre commentary. Ah, I see. That does sound somewhat matching with some of the stuff I've heard. It is very strange, at least. Or the few bits and pieces I know. I will petition Bismarck's aid on our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proveth more effective than mine experimental magics. I hope so. You speak with the voice of the king, little neighbors. I will not deny you. As before, if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I will be your guide. Thy kindness is as boundless as the depths, serene one. Before we depart, however, I would ask a favor. After our last flight, I found many creatures clinging to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I will take you below. With all haste shall it be done.
So, did he agree? Aye, though I agreed to a favour in kind. Regrettably, 'tis not one I possess the power to grant. Bismarck hath asked us to cleanse his underbelly of barnacles. Alas, one must needs dive beneath the surface to do so. Even if I could master the power to walk upon it, it would avail me not. Oh, for heaven's sake, is that all? Caetsu and I are more than capable of that. With the Kojin's blessing, we'll have done with it in moments, and better than that than standing here and listening to this nonsense. I'll take the right, you the left. Now go!
Off she goes. I am in your debt. Well, she is certainly the superior twin when something needs doing. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Can I not jump off from here? That is weird. Boop. Underwater antelope. Barnacles! After a good deal of prying from various angles, you dislodge the barnacle. Wow. What a quest. Willie Ram says, Alfie rules. Fair enough. He has also had a lot of time to evolve, like to develop over the years, I would say. Wait a minute, how am I supposed to exactly get up there? I'm having a little bit of a hard time identifying the way back up. But it is incredible how much Alphino has changed since A Realm Reborn. If you followed this series of streams for long enough, you'll remember that A Realm Reborn, we called him Alphinot. Mainly because of how different he was. Thine efforts are most sincerely appreciated. I will inform Bismarck that we may depart without further delay. Much, much better. Thank you, little neighbors. I remember, a long time ago, another did this favor for me. After the flood, when I chose this spot for my slumber, he came and made a home on my back. Ken was his name. When I grew itchy, I stirred, but he was not afraid, no. He asked me what was wrong. I told him of the creatures clinging to my belly, and he dove into the water. He helped me. He was my friend. He told me he wished to live in peace, away from his people and their wars. This I understood. I treasured our time together, brief though it was, brief though it always is, but I remember him, and how he laughed when we flew. I remember when he slept. I too slept that day, and many days since. But the light fades and the darkness returns. Ken sleeps, but in memory he laughs, and together we fly, and I am here. I am awake. It feels good to speak and to be heard again. A shame others cannot understand me. If thou art willing to learn, I would gladly teach thee the language of man. Thank you, little friend, but it is time I grant you your request. But first, I will take flight to cleanse my body and prepare. The dive will be swift, and I would not have you struck by errant debris. So this island was named for a man. How easily the past is forgotten. Past not even 100 years ago, yet the truth has slipped from history, like so many grains of sand. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Remember us. Might I have some explanation of what he just said, or shall we just all stand about making vague and mysterious allusions? While he maketh ready to deliver us unto our destination, Bismarck bade us wait for him on the shore of Colusia. That's all? I feel as though there was more to it. Indeed there was, but it hath no bearing on the task at hand. I should be glad to share the rest with you anon. Fine, later then. If Bismarck requires time to prepare, might I suggest a short respite, for Urianji and Thancred in particular? I require no such thing. I'm the picture of perfect health. Mine was but a momentary lapse in concentration. Worry not on my account. You mustn't push yourself so. Please rest. For me? Oh, all right, if you insist. You too, Caetsu. You've been running yourself ragged. Yes, ma'am. I sleep for a week, you see, Reen, and then I do a lot of stuff.
In that case, I leave the old man in your care. The rest of us will meet you at the split hall anon.
So, gentlemen. Word of advice, never let it show. When she realizes she struck a nerve, she remembers. By the gods, she remembers. In any case, if we must be made to rest, I know a place in Solon that's better for it than most. Come with me. Rudy Ram says, do you think the twins will ever have model updates into full-grown Ellison? They might, but if they are, I imagine they would still use some unique model that you can't. Like, that would still be shorter than Urianger, for example. Like, they would be young adults instead of what they are right now. And, well, slightly older young adults, you could say. May as well have a seat. We wouldn't want our elderly knees to give out.
Well, this is nice. To hear her speak, you'd think I'm on my deathbed. By the 12th, I wish that girl wouldn't worry so much. Thy countenance belies thy words, Master Thancred. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Let the record show that I'm here under protest. Though I can't say I mind the view. That is a nice view. And if the abundance of anglers is any indication, even an amateur might land an impressive catch. Shall we try our hands at it? Help! Someone! Quickly! Hello? It's Nightshade! We was attacked on the road from the Crystarium, barely escaped with my life. I suppose we might have predicted this. You mean you'll help? For free? Thank you. If I recall correctly, Nightshade is a local band of outlaws. I doubt they'll trouble us over much. No more than they already have by interrupting our relaxation, at any rate. Woolly Ram says, jokes about knees are funny until you hit 36. Oh, I'm sure the development team knows their old jokes. Apparently, and I mentioned this early in the stream too, apparently, supposedly, Flamin, you know, Minfilia's surrogate mother, question mark? She's like 40. Something like that. 40-ish. Like something between 40 and 50 or something. But she's portrayed with like... She's not portrayed as, you know, just 40. Not in my opinion, at least. She seems like she's an elderly. That's how she's being treated, at the very least. She's like Mordona's grandmother. The local grandmother. Oh. Oh yeah, this one. These two have matters well in hand, by the looks of it. I'll not forget this kindness. May we meet again. Is that you, milady? Don't tell me we just deprived that poor fellow of the honor of being rescued by the Warrior of Darkness. We had no idea you were in the area. Fancy us meeting again so soon, eh? Why, I believe I even recognize your companion. Eh? Ah, yes, from the infirmary. You had a message for the Crystal Exarch, did you not? It's good to see you back on your feet. And on patrol, no less.
Oh, it's nothing as official as all that. Strictly speaking, we're off duty, but as we had a free moment, we thought we'd give a few of the less traveled roads a look. The guard doesn't have enough hands to patrol them regularly, you see. That's admirable. There are few so devoted to their duty, in Lakeland or beyond. Well, we've been talking about it for a while, and neither of us is satisfied with just seeing out our service. It feels like we could be doing more, like we should be doing more. It's all about having the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through. I remember you, the excitable one. Sorry, milady, I got a bit overexcited the other day. Couldn't get my words out. The name's Vonard, my lady. I'm with the guard, but I don't just want to protect Lakeland. I want to protect the lot, just like the Warriors of Light. Sadly, our duties prevent us from venturing too far from our own little corner of Norvrand. What we'd really like to do is travel, to better ourselves, and go where the need is greatest. But everyone has to start somewhere, don't they? For now, if we can stop Nightshade from robbing the odd fisherman, then that's what we'll do. Remember to loot? Well, well. Future heroes of the first, do you think? Cut the music. They want not for spirit. 'Tis but a pity they draw inspiration from so clouded a wellspring. Yet it availeth us not to fret in idleness. We must needs press on, if we are to bring Elizabeth's schemes to light. Critical hit, I guess. Though our respite was cut short, I dare say we are all eager to avail ourselves of such knowledge as the ruins may hold. Aye, and I doubt further contemplation of Elizabeth's machinations will be conducive to relaxation. We may as well make for the split hole now. Right, this quest leads to the dungeon, so if you are in the EU data centers and you would like to join for the dungeon, Anamnesis Annider, I believe it's called, then this might be a very good time to start making your way to Alpha Light. If you would rather watch, on the other hand, that is also okay. And then we do the dungeon and the follow-up quests, and then I think that is good. I did remember, it's interesting that Collusia's music is very, very different when there's the endless day. Oops, this was not the correct exit. Like, I noticed it several times when we're doing the leveling story of Shadowbringers, because I don't remember hearing that song so much. And I have been Collusia enough times that it seemed off, that the music was different, even if the Endless Day also made it different, of course. There's everyone. And Will Rams's music is part of the storytelling, absolutely. All are present, now we need but await Bismarck's coming. It is time. Pray make ready. Anamnesis Oneida, now accessible. Well, I believe that... Oh, she's online. Well, there you know. I believe everyone else is busy, but I did poke Zip to come join me. So he's going to be here at the very least. He said so. I'm guessing he's in the queue or something like that. There he is. And then we do Anamnesis Oneida. It is also a dungeon with surprisingly difficult mechanics, in my opinion. And then there's also the nightmare pull very late in the dungeon. I remember I had several friends that refused to queue as tank for expert roulette when this dungeon was in expert roulette because of that one pull. In the middle of the dungeon, wall-to-wall pull is also very brutal. But that in the last pull was absolutely the one that deterred people. Woody Ram says, is this the dungeon with the cancer T-Rex? Yes. It's good that we have a ranged physical. That big pull might be easier to perform if we have a ranged limit break. Now the question is whether they will use it. Just abuse your invuln. That helps. But the pull, the thing that makes the nightmare pull near the end of the dungeon so scary is because you're skipping mobs that are summoning extra adds. So you have to both survive all of the stuff you're currently pulling, and then more stuff like trickles in as the fight goes on. Which is, I would say it's a little scary. Because it puts a lot of strain on the tank to really know how to do defensive cooldown cycling. And not all tanks are good at it. Not that good at it. And similarly, it puts a lot of strain on the healer to really know for sure this was very wasteful of me. Oh well. I think we still have a chance to fix our cooldown lineup. That was the saddest Life of the Dragon in history. Well, Ram says fair enough. Guess I was lucky with good healers. It depends. Generally, I have been able to do it. As tank or as healer, but in most cases, whichever role I had to play required a lot of me to get it done. Specifically because of the amount of mobs you had to deal with. We'll see if Duncastle here will do the mega pull. And I'm pretty sure that Sib is ready for it if it does come to that. But the thing is that it is a pull that is long enough that a 10-second invuln will not be enough on its own, at least not in my opinion. But it's also been a long time since I did this dungeon, so I might just remember it as a lot scarier than it really is. I remember a lot of friends refusing to tank, as I said, because of this dungeon. But I didn't care, right? That's a key thing to consider, is that I still went for it. I would play any role. But when I had a shaky healer or a shaky tank, or even not the greatest DPS, that was the pull that I dreaded, because the thing is that if you do the mega pull there at the end, and you wipe, then people get mad, because obviously we wouldn't have survived it. But if you don't do it, and there's anyone that expected us to be able to do it, then people get mad, because why didn't you do the big pull? Which is of course a classic. You can't satisfy everyone, because half the people you play with wants it one way and the rest wants the other way. It really likes to spin a lot. Might as well finish the first one. That will make the fight a little easier. Inscrutability. Go. And then the random line AoE apparently. No reason to use cooldowns here, the boss is almost dead. No upgrades. I'm not sure how I pulled. On my screen I was behind the tank. Oh well. Latency shenanigans. That is a lot of fending stuff. The next pull is a lot scarier actually, but if you don't use your cooldowns, because, but the next pull, then you're going to lose out on a lot of cooldown usages just because you saved them. If we use them now, there's a better chance that we will have the cooldowns for the boss fight. What I usually did here is that I would turn the corner right here so that the diviners behind us would clog up like on top of each other, and then run back again to make them clog up with the diviner over there. Very fancy line of sight pull. And I'm almost certain that the corner on the right there was made specifically for you to do that. Like, I'm pretty confident that the dungeon encounter designer, or whatever you will call it, had this in mind when they put a random corner in the space right there. Like, it makes no sense. They would have just made like a straight staircase. That would also have looked cooler. Poof. Kickklops. My cooldown's a little bit off, so I will make them all line up in around 20 seconds. I had a feeling it was going to turn. This is a scary fight as a Dragoon. Like, you get pulled into the boss repeatedly because of jumps, and he's standing exactly on a platform where that's not the safest thing to do. This fight is going a lot faster than the previous one, I feel. There we are. Nope. Nope. And here comes the nightmare pull. Now, the most effective way to go about it, most time efficient way to go about it, is to just pull literally everything from here all the way down to the door at the end. The question is whether the tank is going to do that, because it feels extremely counterintuitive to do that. Because all of the ads that we're going to be passing on the way here are going to be summoners of some sort. So logically, you would want to just stick... Oh, we're doing it the safe way then. That's fair. Well, the sort of safe way. The classic 2 packs at a time. The reason why it becomes so scary is because it's technically a 4-pack pull. And it's a case of, well, you can pull all that, so people will. I'm trying my best without wasting a whole bunch of cooldowns. Didn't make it. A funny thing is when you get when you have done side quests in Endwalker is that many of these monstrosities, I believe all of the monstrosities that we meet in this dungeon, in fact, are explained in Endwalker at some point. I'm not going to go into detail with that because that is a little bit of a spoiler, but it is funny to think about. K-Black says, how do you like Dragoon? I think it's nice. I'm not the most fond of having so many cooldowns that all just have to be used together like that to play optimally. It causes me often to delay my cooldown usages to get them all lined up again, which is not optimal. I think it's fine. It's really cool, but I agree. Some other Dragoons I've heard, their main complaint, one of them has been that even something like Stardiver doesn't actually hit that hard. It looks like it's supposed to hit way harder than it actually does. And here's an interesting thing with this boss fight specifically, is that it's been ages since we've fought an Undo or something, you know, fish people. Oops, I forgot to use Battle Litany. In a boss fight. And the first time we do was in Sostasha, where there was this mechanic where there's these things on the floor that you have to interact with. In order to deal with the boss mechanic. Naturally, that's completely redundant these days because the fight is so trivial that, well, the boss is going to be dealt with before it becomes an issue. But it feels like it's like a reference to the original mechanic. It's just done a little bit better, and in a way where it matters. I think that's really cool. It's also one of those cases where a lot of players will go, "What? This is like a reference to a Sostasha boss mechanic? I didn't know that dungeon had boss mechanics." Wow! Did you see that? I dodged them by just sidestepping. It's been so long since I've done this dungeon. I'm impressed myself that I actually managed to do that. Hey Soul Silver, how are you doing? Don't have to stand on anything yet, but it is actually good practice to like move to a corner so that the team knows where you're going to be going. That is not how that works. I think it was the tank that suddenly went to the spot that the machinist was already standing on that caused that to get really awkward. And Soulsblue says, I see Dragoon, I appear. Well, we actually play Dragoon once a week on Rewind Replay. Maybe what happened is that K-Black asked me to on my opinion of Dragoon, and then suddenly I talked more about Dragoon, I talked about Stardiver, and suddenly Soulsblue was like, I feel a disturbance in the Dragoon force. Look, I remember to use Limit Break for once. Huh? Why did she go up in smoke? We're so sad. Soul Silver says, I should probably say something whenever I'm here for Rewind. I usually lurk. That's okay. But I do appreciate when people are in the chat, but that it is entirely optional. I'm just glad to see you. I managed to summon a mathematician earlier in the stream by just suggesting there might be mathematicians lurking. So, I mean, maybe I can call forth some other things as well. So far we've called forth a mathematician and a Dragoon main. Woolly Ram says the 7.0 Dragoon remake is going to be cataclysmic. Let's hope it's for the better.
This structure must have served an important function. And here are yet more crystals.
I too noted the crystal repository on the way. The Benthos seem to employ them in their spellcasting.
In such vessels did the ancients preserve concepts, ideal forms to be drawn upon in the act of creation. That so great an abundance should reside here lendeth credence to Ishtola's conclusion. This facility held great significance.
Thank you all for joining us at NIDA in these most perilous of times. By the summoning of Zodiac have we been granted a reprieve, yet immutable as the laws he has woven may seem, they will not serve to forestall our doom. Nay, should we continue down this path, our fate will be the same. I said as much to the convocation, of course, but these stubborn fools turned a deaf ear to my warnings. Wait, is that the specific one that we know? I had hoped that the defector, at least, would side with us, but I regret to report our overtures have gone unanswered. Never mind, Venat is the one we know. Whither tend your thoughts, Venat? Where you lead, we will follow. I shall not speak ill of the convocation. They too seek only to secure the future of our star. She said that really fast. Yet it is plain they will not countenance a permanent solution. That being the case, we must ask ourselves a simple question. Are we prepared to pursue our chosen cause, even should it mean suffering the eternal condemnation of our brethren? If so, I see no further reason to demur. Let us bring forth the light that shall ever after keep the darkness in check.
So, it was they who first summoned Hydaelyn.
Their discussion did seem to imply as much, yes. I cannot say I have ever heard of this Venar before.
For a certainty, Selk never uttered the name, speak though he did, of the schism which Zodiark's advent wrought upon mankind. Some were of the viewpoint that his power must needs be restrained, and to that end did they call forth she who would serve as his shackles. We now know that it was this Venar to whom they looked for leadership.
And that this place, in all likelihood, served as their headquarters. The presence of such intimate records attests to that. I would hear what else they have to tell us. All of it. Did anyone see the source of the image? The device there? Then let us see what other secrets it holds.
Minard, please. Why must it be you? If I may speak plainly, I would sooner it were another. Any other. You are a leader. None can take your place. You know as well as I that but few support our cause, far fewer than they who place their faith in Zodiac. If Heidelin is to stand a chance of opposing him, I am the only one who might suffice as her heart. Rest assured, however, I shall not vanish from this world. The form I take shall ever remain my choice. Then I will press you no more. Only know this, you will be sorely missed. I wonder, is this how the convocation felt about Elidibus? Dun dun dun!
What? Forgive me, but did that not strongly imply that Elidibus sacrificed himself to become Zodiark's heart?
7 hells. Then who or what are we dealing with?
What? And so Silver says, but yes, the Dragoon disturbance called upon me, so here I am. I'm still scared, but I will have faith Dragoon will still be enjoyable for me. I hope it will be for the, it will be a change for the better. I know that a lot of players that love the way Summoner used to play don't like the way that it is now. I think, and I mained Summoner for a significant portion of Shadowbringers, I think that Summoner is for the better. Like, the changes are for the better. However, I think the real problem there is that there is no other job that is like the pet job, and there's no other job. There's no other job that is like the dot management job, because all of the jobs that have dots to manage, they mostly manage them because, well, it's damage. it would be more interesting to have more dots that had a significant impact on a job. I think that would be something to hope for next expansion. So I think if Dragoon is somewhat like it is now, just somewhat, then I don't think the Dragoon players will mind as much. I also think that Dragoon doesn't feel as much of a strictly super specific niche as Summoner does. It's not a pet job. It does do a lot of things uniquely. I'm not saying that it isn't unique. I'm just saying that it doesn't feel quite as unique a niche as Summoner used to. So it's not as much of a gaping hole in the lineup if Dragoon is changed significantly. But I still believe, I hope that the reworked Dragoon and Astrologian, don't forget, will be something that the Dragoon mains will enjoy most of all. I said that with the Paladin as well. And Rory Ram says, I'm currently leveling Dragoon. Story at least is better than Black Mage. Mechanically though, not really clicking for me. That's okay. I personally also think I like Black Mage more, but I originally made a poll to ask which job we should start as, and that poll landed on Lancer, so we're going Lancer all the way. It makes sense. This might be, like, if I don't do it, then there might not be many other full streams from start. Well, actually, there might be. There are so many people that stream this game that I'm probably absolutely not the only one that is streaming Dragoon from level 1 to 90 in main quest. And that's fine. It matters to me. And it gives me reason to play a job that I don't normally play on my main. Gives perspective. The device appears to activate via a form of the ethereal attunement, not unlike an aetherite. Beyond that, I can say little for certain, save that we should take this opportunity to see what other records it contains. No response. Confound it. If I may, my lady, the panel did formerly emit a soft yet perceptile glow. That it doth so no longer may betoken the depletion of some essential energy within. Given how long it has lain dormant, I think it fortunate it functioned at all. That may be, but if we can't get it to work again, we'll be leaving with more questions than we've answered. The white-robed emissary hath ever named himself Elidibus, yet, if the shade spoke true, Elidibus ceased to be ere even the sundering came to pass. This calleth to mind the truth that Emmet Selk did once reveal in passing, that the names by which we know our foes are not those given to Ashians at birth, rather they are titles of office, afforded to individuals of merit at such time as the role becometh vacant. Perchance the Elidibus at Zodiac's heart and the emissary with whom we are acquainted be not one and the same, but predecessor and successor. It's possible, if the previous Elidibus perished before the final days, the one we know could still be a survivor of the Sundering. And yet, something in that explanation rings false. I will remain for a time. I would not abandon my attempts to revive the device so soon. There's more to learn here. I can feel it. In matters of aetherology, I know of none as capable as thee. If there existeth a means to learn more, thou wilt surely find it. Whilst thou art thus engaged, we shall attend to matters on the surface. You may now. Oh wait, that's the trust reminder. It's funny that it does that all the time. Can we but uncover Elidibus' true origins, we may yet come to understand his designs. To that end, Y'shtola must needs be afforded as much time as she doth require to complete our investigation. To the extent that such things are within our control, yes. Speaking of which, perhaps we might trouble the Exarch for news of his progress with the spirit vessel. You will no doubt wish to hear of our own discoveries as well, such as they are. Fade to black.
Dare I ask what's going on?
Ah, excellent timing. For me, in any case. We have a problem. The vast majority of those gathered here are presently in the employ of the Guard or else one of the facets, and no longer wish to be so. In principle, all are free to change vocation at any time, but a city does require a certain number of people in these positions if it is to continue to function. For the moment, I have asked them to postpone their resignation until such time as replacements can be found. As you may have surmised, we have the Warrior of Light to thank for this.
It's you! The Warrior of Darkness! You understand, don't you? Someone's going to have to look after this place once you're gone. We just want to be ready to do our bit when the time comes.
And not only here, but everywhere. Which is why we've got to get out there and lend a hand to those in need. That's what you did, isn't it? Even if it was just little things at the start. You helped people.
People, chocobos, you name it.
And we're trying to do the same. We may have our sky back, but there's no shortage of people who still need help. If we follow in your footsteps, then I choose to believe we too can be heroes one day. Even warriors of light.
Quee.
What are we to say to that? We can hardly tell them they are mistaken.
Well, one thing we can say to that is that those two guard guys, they need to quit it with saluting everyone if they're no longer wishing to be part of the guard. Like, they need to stop doing that and do, I don't know, something else.
They seek but to do good, as you have.
But no more can we stand idly by and suffer a paragon's scheme to proceed unchallenged.
What's happening to the sky? What the?
Wicked White. Oh, oh no.
By the 12.
A star shower.
I hear a voice.
You and all? And why does it feel like it's inside my head?
Hear? Feel? Think? I hear it.
Me too.
Did I not tell you, my friends? You are warriors of light! You're back!
Huh?
What you hear is the voice of light itself, and it has blessed you with its power. Welcome to the fold!
I'm a warrior of light.
I've been chosen?
Can it be?
Me, a hero.
Wait! The falling stars, were they your doing? And why do you need warriors of light?
What, am I to reveal my plans simply because you asked? Nay, I think not. Though the stars, I acknowledge mine. A convenient illusion apt to awaken what little is left of the power that once resided in your sundered souls. That which you and yours call the echo. And an echo it is, of a symphony, but a fraction of what men in their completeness once possessed. Even those among you who tower over others in the gift have only the faintest trace of it. But though sundered and forgotten, through death and mocking rebirth, it has persisted. A whisper of our past. But
oh, sorry.
Through the rekindling of memory, I have awoken the ability. Just as Heidelin is wont to do when she has need of new minions.
Let me read that back. But those sundered and forgotten, through death and mocking rebirth, it has persisted. A whisper of our past, burned into your very ether, along with the sight of our end. Through the rekindling of memory, I have awoken the ability, just as Heidelin is wont to do when she has need of new minions.
The Echo hath ever been thought a gift from Heidelin, a boon granted solely to her chosen. Yet thou wouldst claim she merely awakeneth the power that men should hearken unto. Her voice. Given the perceived simultaneity of her call and the awakening of her chosen's capacity to hear it, it is only natural that we thus attributed the source of the gift. Yet if, in truth, the echo is a prerequisite for hearing her voice, one might surmise that her call never ceaseth, such that all who awaken to their innate gift might receive of the blessing of light at the self-same instant. In sooth, we bore witness to this but moments ago. At the sight of the star shower, full many in the crowd did speak of hearing a voice in their minds, did they not?
Just so. And whenever Heidelin has need of new servants, she is quick to pluck comets from the heavens or create illusions of the same.
Why then didst thou conjure this vision, full knowing that thine age-old foe would thus claim those awakened to the gift?
Foe? You must be mistaken. As you see, I am a warrior of light. And together with my comrades in arms, I shall save the world. Just like you.
as I recall, when I saw this, my assumption originally, years ago when I did this quest, was that, well, originally the first got in the position that it is in now because of heroes saving the day, quote unquote, too much. So my guess was that Elidibus was trying to, you know, make so many Warriors of Light to help people that every problem would be fixed, and thus the light would start to win over again, and then we would be, you know, have another flood, essentially. Molly Ram says, Final Fantasy XIV needs a walking animation faster than a language stroll in a flower garden. At least for the cutscene. You know, they actually do have a panicked quick step, you could almost say. I don't even know how to explain it. It's used very, very, very sparingly. I think I've seen like 3 or 4 cutscenes with it, and it looks extremely funny, at least when Lalafels do it. The more Elidibus reveals, the less I understand, but that he has made a fine mess of things is plain. He's gone then. I've managed to persuade a number of our would-be deserters to reconsider, or at least delay their departure. But as many are deaf to my entreaties. Young Sela and Ronard among them, I'm sorry to say, they've quit the guard. Nevertheless, I wish them well. Whatever Elidibus's plan for them might be, the pair have only ever had the best of intentions. One can hardly blame them for thinking themselves heroes elect, not after having been blessed with the Echo, and it's not as if they haven't shown the requisite spirit. I quite agree. Though the impetus for their sudden departure may have been words falsely spoken, the men and women in whose footsteps they would follow are heroes in truth, warriors of light, Artbird, yourself most of all. And so I would ask a favor of you. Speak with them ere they embark on their journey, and furnish them with what wisdom you can. They've set off for the Amaro launch, but you should still be able to catch them if you leave now. Worth the effort, I'd say. If I recall correctly, the Elder Seetsier took the time to usher you out into the wider world many moons ago. Oh yeah! I think that comparison rather flatters Thela and Ronard, but the point still stands. They would doubtless be greatly encouraged with the Warrior of Darkness herself to see them off. I don't know. If thou art willing, I prithee go. Thou mayest safely leave the task of unfolding that which did transpire at Anamnesis to us. I don't know. Technically, when our Elder Seetsier saw me off, I was just a particularly effective adventurer. I hadn't defeated a primal yet, I don't believe. They deserve this much. Hello. You again? I mean, it's you, milady. Sorry, it's been a funny old day. The Regan looks very different. You can be sure we'll take those words to heart, whatever it was that you said. I still can't believe it. You coming all this way just to speak to us. I swear we won't let you down. So long as it helps someone, we'll do what needs doing out there, no matter how small. And when larger threats loom, we'll be ready to face them. You see if we aren't. The past shall ever be revealed to those who are true of heart. Well, what are you waiting for? Get out there! We'll be off then. Farewell, Warrior of Darkness, and thank you. Stop with that! You're not guards anymore. Woody Ram says, when do you think our character goes from an adventure cut above the rest to Warrior of Light and Champion of Eorzea? Well, we became the Warrior of Light the moment that we were capable of resisting a primal's tempering, and then promptly defeated Ifrit. That was when we became, quote-unquote, the Warrior of Light. Back at level 20. Champion of Eorzea. I mean, I think we really became the Champion of Eorzea at some point just before Stormblood, I feel, because in A Realm Reborn that really came into question at the end when all the shenanigans happened, and in Heavensward we were more like the Champion of Ishgard, if anything, right? But I don't remember if there's a specific time that would make sense. Thank you for making the effort. I'm certain your words will be a boon to them. While you were away, the others told me of your investigation. We have yet to discuss how to proceed, however. While your findings in Anamnesis and Ida do raise important questions as to the identity of our adversary, we are no closer to discerning his design, nor do I know of any other potential avenue of investigation. For which reason, we must needs trust Ystola's ingenuity, and wait for her efforts to revive the Ancient's device to bear fruit. What if I were to attempt to follow the emissary? Elusive as he is, his plan compels him to court public attention. It shouldn't be impossible to find. Especially for one of your experience, it does seem worth the attempt.
Then I'll come with you. Safety in numbers.
In combat, perhaps, but where stealth is required, the opposite is true. Happily, I don't plan on getting myself caught, so you have no need to worry. Nor do I intend to vanish for moons on end. We still have the empty to attend to, don't we?
Alright, then I look forward to your return.
Then it sounds like the rest of us should avoid doing anything which might prompt Elizabeth to look too closely at our movements. Insofar as it's possible, I recommend we limit our activities to the Crystarium. Speaking of which, Exarch, might I ask if you've made any progress with the spirit vessel? Of course, we are presently studying the principles underpinning memory transference and, I believe, nearing the requisite level of understanding. Less hearteningly, practical trials of transference methods suited for use with the vessel have yet to yield satisfactory results, to put it mildly. But there are still many promising possibilities we have yet to test. Indeed, though it may take some time yet, we are well on our way to a solution. And I shall not rest until one is found. Though we are all grateful for thine unstinting efforts, thou needst not labour to the exclusion of all else. If it would serve to lighten thy burden, however little, I should gladly offer thine assistance. Quite. I, for my part, will do what I can to ensure that the Crystarium continues to run smoothly, in spite of recent disruptions.
Then perhaps I could help. There must be something I can do, even if it's just guard duty.
Thank you, all of you. I shall breathe easier for your assistance. Of course, on the evidence of the recent past, it will not be long before some new crisis arrives to throw our plans into disarray, at which time your services will be in particular demand. That being the case, perhaps you might take this opportunity to retire to your suite at the Pendants. Indeed. Woolly Ram says, there's that moment in Endwalker where the Garlean soldiers realize who you are down in the train. Well, actually, in Stormblood, when there is the parley where we talk with the Emperor, the reason that you are there is because he specifically wanted the champion of Eorzea to be there. So I'm pretty sure by that point, and that is in the post-game of Stormblood, you are literally the champion of Eorzea. The question is when that happened, I suppose. story justification for go do side stuff. Yeah, it is actually, as you have noticed, every time we finish a patch, it finishes with, oh, go take a rest. It did so in 5.1 when we talked with Tataru, and then I just went for a 5-minute break, came back, and then we continued. That's why they are so surprised to see me, even though I stood there all this time, is because that's when it breaks. Pray, return to the inn! That's a good one. A pleasure as always, Mistress Chaiji. I'm relieved to see you were unharmed in the earlier commotion, though, if I may, you do look somewhat weary. I presume you will be retiring to your suite? Very good. Do let me know if there is anything you require. Ah, no ghosts. Shame. Nice. Mrs. Chaiji, it's Glynnett from the Wandering Stairs. I apologize. I apologize for calling so late. A friend of yours was asking after you. You may remember them from that business with the cardinal virtues. Ooh. Here's a fun fact. If you get to this quest and you have done more than one role quest, you get prompted to answer Glynnett with who you're expecting. And that person will be the one walking up to you here. What charming... Let me just think for a moment. What charming accommodations. Ooh. Ah. I'd come to dine at the Wandering Stairs, you see, when I spied a considerable gathering of locals. Then the sky caught fire and, well... You must know what it all means. Anything you'd care to share with a friend? Apple. That is alarming, to say the least. It's all well and good that others have come to appreciate the Warriors of Light, but we cannot allow this charlatan to exploit their legacy, so... Yes, why not? We shall reform the indomitable duo that is Reek and Kaitsu and put an end to shenanigans. Your apple? That's very kind of you. Yes, I know. No need to say it. You've no intention of involving me. I'm stupid. But I'm not naive. No, you're not stupid. This apple, though. You're the better hunter, and the better person besides. I'm reminded of Rendore. Though that's hardly a surprise, is it? For her sake, for all of theirs, show this pretender what it truly means to be a hero. Larik is a good guy. He got there in the end. Meanwhile, in the Crystal Tower's umbilicus.
Foiled again. If I cannot imbue the infernal thing with my power via magical means, we may need to devise a way to infuse the vessel with my blood after all.
Art thou unwell?
Or perhaps a brief respite? It wouldn't do to overtax yourself.
I'm fine. And given to stubbornness, I'm afraid. Especially when I have a stake in the outcome.
Nice jacket.
The dream again.
Meanwhile, in the source.
A recurring dream. They do so fascinate me. Might I trouble you for the details?
I have always dreamed of it. Fire falling from the heavens, and the city, nay, the whole world ablaze.
Indeed. Could Emmett Selk have found a way? Precious few possess memories of the final days.
The final days?
Why, yes. Admittedly, my knowledge is mostly second-hand, but if you are interested, I will gladly tell you the tale. The tale of the world's end.
Way more heroes. And Matthew says there was quite a gap after this patch. And Soul Silver says, after being betrayed by many a drink, we pour one out for ourselves. That's true. Let me just, I believe I can't enter the inn without taking this quest. Nope. But then I want to say something about that, Matthew. Ah, Mr. Chaiji, will you be venturing forth today? Actually, no. Do be sure to take care if so. Though they say the star shower was harmless, one can never be too careful. But I concede it is not for me to tell the Warrior of Darkness how to look after herself. Old habits, you understand. Of course. Thank you very much. Caetsu, how very opportune. Ooh. Greetings, my friend. Do you perchance have a moment to spare? Not really. I was going to bed. Wonderful, wonderful. I wanted to thank you, you see, for revealing to us the truth of the Warriors of Light. After all these years, your tale set the record straight. Finally, the people see them as the great heroes they were. Oh, or the great hero he is, in the case of Artbert. You too were surprised to see him, I think. Do you remember earlier tonight? At the time, I was not certain what to make of it all, but I could see the effect his words had on those around me, and then stars rained down from the sky, and, well, you know the rest. When the commotion died down, you were nowhere to be seen, but I was determined to express my gratitude, and so here I am. Thank you, Caetsu, for giving voice to the truth and restoring the Warriors of Light to their rightful place in history. Should you, perhaps, wish to have your account of these matters committed to writing, I would be more than willing to serve as your scribe. Indeed, if there's anything I can do to help, anything at all, you need only say the word. What can you tell me about the Warriors of Light? I beg your pardon? You wish to ask me about the Warriors of Light? Yes. Forgive me, but I dare say you already know more about them than any living soul, save for Artbert himself, of course. Unless you refer to the Warriors of Light more broadly. If so, I may yet be able to assist you in some small way. Excellent. I shall return to the cabinet at once and look up the relevant texts. Pray join me at your earliest convenience. That'll be a while, Morin. No rest for the righteous, as it would seem. Do not let me keep you, miss. I bid you a pleasant day. But no, please keep me. I actually want to get back in my room. Right, so what I wanted to say is that I don't remember if the distance between 5.2 and 5.3 was particularly gigantic. What I do remember is that the second raid tier of Shadowbringers was enormously long, and 5.3 is the second half, I believe. I think. Of that, I'm not actually sure, but what I also know is that in 5.2 and 5.1 to some capacity was when I returned to the game after taking a break, and then I leveled up every single job to 80, and then I left the free company I was in to join a different one. and made friends in that one. And the reason I remember that specifically is because I did 5.3 questing with a group of friends, and we did the trial in 5.3 with those friends. Like, we did that together, which was very different in contrast to how I did 5.1 and 5.2. So yeah, I do believe there was a huge gap there, a significantly bigger gap than usual. I think that makes sense. Now, this stream has gone quite a lot beyond when we normally end. So if there's anything you guys would like to talk about before we finish the stream, this is a great time to do so. In the meantime, let me see if I can find a good place to take a picture. Ooh, fruits. Perfect. With that said, two things. The first one is more time specific. Tomorrow at 10 GMT plus 0, so that means 11 GMT plus 1. And remember, there's summertime. At 10 plus 0. Then we will be a little group in my free company going into Eureka Authors for the first time on stream. So if you guys would like to see that, you should make sure to be ready for that. And then the second thing is the classic. If you like to see what's going on this YouTube channel, I have a Discord community server where there is a room dedicated to the schedule and a room dedicated to posting every time there is a new video or a stream planned or anything like. There's also tons of different rooms for anything you might be interested in, just general conversation with the lovely people you see on the streams, or talking about spoilers like story stuff, or sharing your character's glamour, or sharing music, what have you. Really, there's a whole bunch of stuff. And I would love to see you there. But beyond that, I don't have anything else. And maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Matthew says, well, if you were going to get through post Shadowbringers in 3 streams, it kind of had to. That is true. But I did 5.1 in 3.5 hours and thought we can probably smash out 5.2 in 2.5 hours. No chance. I wonder if we'll be able to do 5.3 and 5.4 at once next stream. We'll see. Anyway. Oh yeah, I do believe next week we're going to have a little bit of a rearrangement in when the main quest, this rewind stream is going to be, but you'll see that in the schedule, hopefully. Anyway, good night everyone, or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope very much to see you for tomorrow's Eureka Author stream. With that said, all we have left to say is good night to Smol Caetsu. So thank you all so much for watching. Good night. Good night.